Yeah, I haven't got out in my pajamas today, y'all. Hey, guys. Hey, y'all. I heard you bitches was looking for me. Bitch, here I go. I want to show y'all some stuff I got today in the mail. Hey, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm in my pajamas. What? Say something. Yeah, I hadn't gotten out of bed today. Say something. Okay. I have been lazy as hell today, y'all. Hold on, I'm taking my medication, y'all, so don't mind me. Okay. So, I got these new eyeshadows in the mail today. And I got a new lip gloss in the mail, and I wanted to share them with you guys. Okay? Yeah, baby. How do you spell what? S-E-A, like the C, and then son, like a kid. S-E-A-S-O-N. S-E-A-S-O-N. I guess people are fucking talking shit about me, y'all. I don't know. I haven't seen any videos. I guess people are making videos about me and saying that I like don't support Kratom or some shit like that. No, what I don't support, what I don't support is people lying and saying that Kratom cannot form a dependency if you take it for too long. That's what I don't support. I don't support people that lie and say that Kratom cannot cause addiction or cannot trigger somebody's addiction. Because here's the thing. If you're an addict, you had the disease of addiction before you ever started taking drugs. Okay? That's the bottom line. Okay. Come on. I'll educate some people. Come on in. I'm on Suboxone, you guys. I'm going to be the last person to judge you for being on Kratom, okay? I'm going to be the last person to judge you. But what I'm not going to do is like tell you guys it's okay to go take Kratom ordered from somewhere in Southeast Asia, wherever it comes from, with God knows what mixed into it, salmonella and a side of fucking chicken shit, okay? I'm not going to act like it's okay for drug addicts who are addicted to fucking needle fucking heroin to be taking pounds of Kratom every single day, okay? Because here's the thing, you guys. I see people that come into the treatment center I work for that are taking 60 to 90 grams of this shit a day, okay? That's what I'm worried about. I would rather you go to a doctor that can monitor your health, make sure that your blood pressure is in line, make sure that your liver is okay. A lot of people don't understand that when they take Kratom, their body is not meant to dissolve that plant matter. Okay, you guys? And so when they're swallowing that stuff, it gets all down there in their stomach and their digestive tract and their urinary. I don't know. I just know that there's a lot of people who have problems with urinary tract stuff after being on Kratom for long term. But like I said, these people are taking, when I'm talking about people that are using Kratom, I'm talking about people who are taking copious amounts of Kratom. If you use it to like, you know, I guess as a like an herb and you kind of like put it in your tea or whatever, and then you sift it out and then you drink the tea like once a day, I'm not talking about that. Okay, I'm talking about people that are taking this stuff and they're taking heaping tablespoons 10 times a day. I don't think you guys understand, okay, the kind of people that we see coming into the Suboxone doctor that are addicted to Kratom. I don't think you guys understand that when I'm telling people about kratom, I'm not trying to talk to you guys who are using it therapeutically and taking it in small doses. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to people who are like me, who cannot take things in moderation and take this shit to the next level. That's who I'm talking to. And so when people take my words out of context, it's really fucked up. You know, I made a video stitching this guy who is a kratom dealer. He sells kratom in Missouri. Of course he wants you to take kratom. He makes money off of you buying his kratom. Okay, like, hey Mel, it just makes me upset because it's like people take what I say out of context, and I'm just trying to make sure that people are safe. And what makes me even madder is that people, or even more upset, is that people like talk about me without giving me a chance to defend myself. Like, if you're gonna make a video about me, send it to me so I can defend myself, because you're taking what I said out of context. I would never judge somebody. I have so many friends who are on kratom. I could name probably 15 people that I know that utilize kratom, that it has helped them to get off heroin. And I support them. I want them to be okay. But these people have also learned the hard way, because they went through it with kratom, overtaking it. They started out on it, and each time they needed more and more and more to get the same desired effects. And so unless you're ready to do things like tolerance tapers, tolerance breaks, then you're not ready for kratom. If you still have your addiction mindset, your addiction behaviors plugged in, you're not ready for kratom, because you can take it over and you can keep on taking it, you guys. It can make you really sick. And you are supposed to take tolerance breaks. You're supposed to do resets. These are all things that a lot of people don't talk about. I know these things because I have friends that use kratom therapeutically. I don't take kratom because I go to the doctor and I'm on a medication. I don't have to go to get kratom. I would rather, for me, I feel safer going to the doctor. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a kid. I got to make sure that I'm like getting legal prescriptions and all that stuff. It's illegal here in Arkansas. You can't have kratom here in Arkansas. It's illegal. And so, I guess I'm not understanding like what the problem is. You know what I mean? Like, what's everybody's problem? Like, did I do something wrong? Am I like out of the loop? Can y'all tune me in? Hey Kyla, what's up, girl? Can y'all tune me in and like let me know what's going on? Like, is there like hundreds of videos being made about me because I said to be careful taking kratom? Or am I just like hearing this through the grapevine and it's wrong? Yes, people are always nitpicking at me, you guys. Always nitpicking about you. Okay, it's not me. Okay, good. Because for some reason, well, one of my girls sent me a video, but I can't see it. And I said, well, I can't see it. The girl blocked me, you know? I don't know why people get mad at me, you guys, because I'm just open. I guess I just speak at my mind, and I don't think that, I mean, I'm not ever trying to attack anybody. Are you talking about kratom? I can't handle the attacks, girl. I don't understand. Like, I'm just trying to help people, you know what I mean? But anyway, if that's how I feel about kratom, you guys, I don't have a problem with it. Like, I support people. Kratom is an herb. It's a leaf, a tea leaf from Southeast Asia. It is in the coffee family, but when taken, it mimics the same. It can mimic the same properties as like the way opiates make you feel. And it also, they have different strains. Some strains make you have energy. Some strains make you have pain relief. Some strains make you kind of like chilled out. But the kratom that a lot of people are using, is the kratom that has the same that hits the same receptors as the opiate receptors, the mu receptors. So you have mu receptors in your stomach, okay? And so what these people are doing is they're taking kratom, swallowing it back with some water, and then it's going into their stomach and hitting those mu receptors. So like if a person is coming off of heroin or fentanyl or other opiates, you can take kratom and it will help with your withdrawals. And so a lot of people use kratom to get off of opiates, okay? Which honestly, I think that's amazing, you guys. Like, I think that's awesome that there is a plant that people can use to get off of opiates. I've always been a person though that like, I've never been like super duper into like herbs and stuff. I've always been like more like just go to the doctor. And so when I was coming off opiates, I needed help. And so I had to go into treatment. My son got taken away. See, it would be different. No, I'm in Arkansas. It would be different if I didn't have a child and I didn't have the responsibility to make sure that I got custody of my son back. It might have been different and I might have went the kratom route. But I had to go into treatment, you know? And so I went into treatment and I got on Suboxone, and that's what helped me get sober. That's how my whole life has changed. That's why I'm sweating. I get so nervous because I don't, like, I'm serious, you guys. Like, I have never been a person who will be judging you because you use kratom. Like, I'm telling you, that's a double standard. I'm on Suboxone. I would never judge anybody. I don't want to be judged for being on Suboxone. I don't want people to tell me that my recovery is not valid. You will never hear me say that to anyone about their recovery, ever, ever, okay? I really don't think recovery has anything to do with what you take. I think it really has to do with what you're doing on the inside to become a better person and change your behaviors. It has nothing to do with medications or if you smoke weed or if you take kratom. Recovery is more than what you take into your body, okay? It's so much more than that. So I am on Suboxone and it saved my life, and I have worked my ass off to become a better person. See, when I first got on Suboxone, let me tell y'all a story. Okay, so first of all, let me show y'all my new lip gloss today. This is the badass lip gloss I told y'all about yesterday, Tower 28. Okay, this one is the color Cashew. Okay, story time. Ready? Story time. I'm non-judgmental, but I tell it like it is. Kratom can cause dependency. Suboxone can cause dependency. Please be careful. Methadone can cause dependency. Methadone can be dangerous when taken with other medications like benzodiazepines. You can overdose and die. Okay? Hey, Stephanie, congratulations, girl. That's amazing. Very good. 575 days. Amazing. That's fucking awesome. Very, very good. Listen to me. I'm not going to lie to you guys. If you are on Suboxone and you're diverting it or overtaking it, that's active addiction. If you're on Suboxone and you're snorting your Suboxone pills, that's active addiction. If you're on methadone and you're shooting your liquid methadone, that's active addiction. If you're on methadone and you're taking 6 bottles of methadone at a time, that's active addiction. If you're on kratom and you're taking 60 grams of kratom a day, that's active addiction. That is trying to get checked out. That is trying to feel high. Okay, that's not recovery. And that's what I'm trying to help people to understand. It's okay to utilize these things in your life, but only you can be honest with yourself. You have to check your motives. What are your motives behind using that substance? Are you using that substance because you want to feel the high? Or are you using that substance in moderation to help improve your quality of life? Okay, and that's bottom line. You're the only one who can decide that. But if you're coming on to TikTok and you're telling everybody, yeah, I take fucking like 16 spoonfuls of kratom a day and it like really makes me feel great, then like you're leaving it open for us all to judge. You know what I mean? If you take it the way you're supposed to, No, if you're taking Suboxone the way you're supposed to, you don't get high at all, at all. And that's another huge misconception about Suboxone, you guys. Like, I don't understand why people don't understand that about Suboxone. Now, I can't speak for Kratom, I can speak for medical marijuana, because I know medical marijuana gets you high. I mean, that's what marijuana does. So I don't fuck with the medical marijuana community, you guys, because that's just not my thing. I tried to do medical marijuana in recovery, and I was stoned for 30 days. So I couldn't do it. It wasn't conducive to my sobriety. Maybe it is conducive to other people's sobriety, but to mine, I was stoned out of my mind. You know what I mean? I was just like eating pizza all day long and fucking chocolate chip cookies and fucking drinking Dr. Peppers and Gatorades. It was a fucking shit show. I probably gained like 20 pounds in a month from doing medical marijuana gummies. But with Suboxone, specifically with Suboxone, okay, now I have no experience being on a therapeutic dose of methadone. I have experience abusing methadone and taking it in copious amounts until I got up to like 130, 160 milligrams a day. And when I was on 130, 160 milligrams of methadone a day, for me, I was nodding out and lighting myself on fire with cigarettes all day long. Okay, when I'm on Suboxone, I'm on 2 milligrams of Suboxone, and I don't feel shit. Now, when I get off of it, I'm sure I'll notice the difference, because I won't be getting an opioid to my receptors anymore. You know what I mean? But I'm not high. There's a difference between being under the influence and being high, and just taking a medication that helps get rid of cravings and helps with withdrawal. And that's why I think Suboxone is so amazing. That's why Suboxone is the gold standard for opiate treatment, because opiate addicts have to go through a lot to divert Suboxone to achieve a high. Okay, in order to achieve a high on Suboxone, you have to not take it every single day. You have to stop taking it on a Monday, skip Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then take it on a Friday. And what happens is it gives your body enough time for the buprenorphine to leave your system. And then you're reintroducing the buprenorphine to your system, and that's when that euphoria happens. The only time a person gets euphoria from Suboxone is when they get on Suboxone, if they have been off opiates for a while. When I got on Suboxone, I had been off opiates for 30 days. So when I introduced buprenorphine into my system, it knocked me for a loop. Okay, but I quickly, because I had been an opiate addict, I quickly built myself up tolerance-wise, and in 2 days I was back to normal, completely regular person. Completely regular person. Can you find yourself? It's literally saved my life. Same here, Coco. Me too, girl. Me and my husband, we cannot say enough things good about Suboxone. I was so against my husband getting on it. I was so mad at him when he got on Suboxone. I thought he was trying to manipulate the system. I thought he was going to still be high. And he got on it before I did, and he was normal, and I could see that he was normal. He had been on it for 30 days longer than I was. I could see that he was normal, and I was like, fuck it, dude, I'm going to try it. You know what I mean? And so I got on it, and I'm so glad that I did. I wouldn't be sober if I hadn't got on Suboxone, you guys, for real. Finding yourself after addiction. Oh, girl. Oh, let me tell you the story I was going to tell y'all first. So, about changing your behaviors, okay, in recovery. So, when I got sober in 2015, I had the hardest time with shoplifting. I would go into Walmart, I would go into Dillard's, I could go anywhere and I could shoplift straight up off the counter, dude. Like, I'm talking like, I was a master booster. Master, okay? I've ran some pretty fucking hardcore schemes in my day, let's just say that. And I made hella fucking cash doing it. Hella fucking cash. Now that I'm sober and I don't make that much money, I think about that sometimes, and I think about how much money I fucking made when I was doing all that felonious shit. but it's too much of a risk, dude. I don't want to go back to prison. But I'm telling you guys, like, I ran a whole fucking scheme, okay? It was bad. So when I first got sober, I was struggling really, really bad to like stop shoplifting, okay? I was working the steps with my sponsor, I was going to meetings, and I was on Suboxone, and I was in therapy. And I was still going into Walmart and places like, you know, that, and like shoplifting little things like lip gloss and eyeshadow and eyeliner and stuff like that, right? So I talked to my sponsor. I'm like, yo, spons, I cannot stop shoplifting. Like, I just can't stop it. It's like I'm addicted, you know? And she told me, she goes, you are. That's exactly what it is. You're addicted. It has become a working part of your brain. So I had to learn how to stop shoplifting. Hey, Beth. Thank you, guys. I wore this shirt yesterday and I fell asleep in it. Like, I literally have not changed clothes, so y'all don't clown me. But I had to relearn how to live my life. Hey, Micah, I had to learn how to not shoplift because I had become so used to shoplifting. It was like literally a working part of my mind. One of the greatest schemes I ever ran in my whole entire life, let me tell y'all about this one. This was really bad. I was working for the government and I was high on meth and Xanax. And if you guys didn't know, I'm half Mexican. My mom had to learn how to speak English. Like, she didn't know how to speak English. Hey, Brian. And so whenever I had this job working for the state, I had a lot of money coming in through this job and a lot of people coming in that were Mexican, illegals. And so at this time, I had figured out how to make those illegals legal. So I was collecting like $300 to $600 cash from each one of them that would come through to pass them through the system. When I tell you guys, that was probably one of the highest points of my addiction, where I was just rolling in cash money, drugs, fucking drugs everywhere. And at that time, I was real bad off on methadone wafers. I was getting those big ass 40 milligram methadone wafers. You know, the ones that they score down the middle, it's 10, 10, 10, 10. Have y'all ever seen those? I was also getting, this is before they got rid of the Oxycontins that you could just dissolve the coating off of. See, everybody's like, no, they gel up when you put them in water. Before that, there used to be Oxycontin that all you had to do was suck the coating off of it, and then you could, bam, okay? And so we were getting those, we were getting all kinds of different, and I just had money, like money flowing out of me. And it was because I was doing that felonious ass shit, y'all. Felonious ass shit. Like, I could have went to prison for a really long time for that. But I didn't. I ended up getting caught. I did get caught. But at the time that I got caught, I was working for my dad's really good friend, okay? And so instead of turn me in, she fired me, and I left, and I never went back. And she made me promise. She said, don't ever come back here. Like, if you ever even step foot in here, I will call the police on you. Like, I'm doing you a favor. And she did. This was over 10 years ago, for anyone asking. This is over 14 years ago, okay? This is how long my addiction was. This is how many years I was in active addiction. But back then, you guys, and here's the thing. Back then, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, okay? Just like I didn't think about when I was shoplifting, about getting caught. You know, I never really like got worried about getting caught shoplifting until I got caught. And here I'll tell you all another story. So before I met my husband, I had like figured out this huge fucking scheme that I could run with purses from Dillard's. At the store here in Little Rock on University, they used to get their shipment off the truck every Tuesday, and they would get like Coach purses, Louis Vuitton, Dooney and Burke, Lucky bags, Fossil, all those really nice bags that are like $200 or more, Michael Kors, all that. And when they would come off the truck, there would be so many of them. The associates would have them laying out everywhere in the purse area, because what they would do is they would get them and they would hook them up to these chain things that had like a loss prevention alarm on it, so you couldn't even pull the bag off the display because it was chained to the display. But on Tuesdays, they would all be laying out everywhere, boxes of these fucking purses. And so I had peeped game. I used to work in retail. I know what the fuck's going on. So I started going up in there on Tuesdays and kind of casing the joint out. Casing the joint out with my two crackhead friends, Joe and then his cousin. I forget his fucking cousin's name, but they're like 50 and 60-year-old black dudes. And I would have them watch the perimeter, and I would go through there and like see that the workers were like, you know, putting stuff up and they're not paying attention and all that. And it was timing. The timing was perfect. So I was like, okay, go out to the truck, pull right by the door. When I hit that door, I'm jumping in the back, and you better ride, you know, ride. So I go in there because we were desperate. We didn't have no money for drugs. We were fucking, you know, not feeling good. It sucked. So I go in there and I fucking swoop up 3 purses on this arm, 3 purses on this arm, and I book it down the hallway. And I'm just like, I wouldn't go out the side door. I went out the main entrance into the main mall, and then I cut to the left, or cut to the right to the exit right there. And so I'm running to that exit. I hit the door number 1, hit the door number 2, and jump into the truck, and I'm scot-free. I'm scot-free, you know what I mean? And I got 6 purses worth over $200 a piece on my arms, you know what I mean? And we're fucking celebrating. We're like, yeah, you know? And we're on the phone, we're calling everybody that we know will buy one of these purses for cash, you know what I mean? And so we went up to the apartments because Joe's wife, he married this lady, poor lady, and she was like disabled, for real disabled. Like she had to wear a diaper and everything. But he was like, I know Pat will buy one, and we could get straight up $200 right there from her, and then we could go get high and then worry about the rest later. And so that's what we did, you know? Well, then I meet my husband in 2012, and I tell him about this scam that I have. Not every Tuesday, Sabrina. Shit, they would have for real found out about me then. So I tell my husband about the scam, and my husband and me, we didn't do it right away. Like one day we were hard up, and he's like, well, what if I take you to Dillard's? And I was like, okay, you know what I mean? So we went to Dillard's, and this is when I got caught. So I go in there and I'm doing the deal, and instead of walking out of the main entrance like I always did into the mall and then cutting to the right, I tried to walk out one of the side entrances of the Dillard's. And guess what happened? I hit that door on the side and it was locked. And I turned around and there was a police officer, and he was looking at me like, you dumbass bitch. And I was like, shit, you know what I mean? You caught me, man, red-handed, you know, good game, officer, good game. And so he's like, I'm gonna have to call some people up here to pick you up, you know, or whatever. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm going to jail. Dude, I was so lucky, you guys. They had no officers to come get me, so he wrote me a ticket and let me go. I left, and I jump outside. I run outside and I jump in the back of Neil's truck, and he's not in his truck. After I told him specifically, do not come in looking for me no matter what. Stay in this truck. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, leave. You know what I mean? And so his ass couldn't fucking listen, so he went in there looking for me. My sweet little ginger snap. And he came walking out and he seen me, I'm laying in the bed of the truck just as flat as a pancake. And he looks over and he goes, what happened? And I said, I got busted. And he was like, shit, you know what I mean? And I jumped in the car and we went home. And of course, his dad gave us some money to go get drugs because his dad felt bad for us. His dad was so sweet. We were so bad, you guys. But that was the end of my Dillard's rampage, and I could never go in there again. But I would never do that stuff again, ever. Hey Christian, what's up, babe? So I wanted to show you guys, I know, Jake, I know. I did some of the stupidest shit when I was in my addiction, you guys, for real. Do y'all want to see these eyeshadows I got or not? You know how I told you guys about these hourglass eyeshadows the other day? I had a long run, girl. I did. I always want to tell you guys these stories, but people get so mad at me when I tell my story times here on TikTok. They're like, you're glorifying addiction. You want to... And I'm like, dude, it's hilarious. Like, get a life. Yeah, I wanted everything too, Romy. But at that time, you guys, like, I need you to understand, like, I've never been independently wealthy. I've always worked full-time jobs when I was in my addiction. So when I met my husband, I was like in between jobs, and I had lost like a really good job that I was making really good money at. And I started, I got another job waiting tables, but this job that I was waiting tables at was I only worked there Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So Sunday through Wednesday, I was at home with no money, because once I would make $1,200 on the weekend, I would spend it like right away. Look at these, you guys. Okay, so this is the new one from Hourglass that I got today. It's called Ray. Let me show y'all. Okay, so that's that one. Hey Angela, what's up, girl? Yeah, I did some stupid shit when I was in my active addiction. So the reason why I like these is because they're kind of like transparent. I'll show y'all. Let me show y'all the next one. But these ones are so bomb, and this came in a package. I have a high school diploma, and I work with people that have addiction all the time. You don't have to have a college education to work with addicts. There's ways around it. I got these from Sephora, okay? Okay, these are the Hourglass. I'm telling you guys, my girls, sorry for the dudes that are in here. Just hold on a second. We'll get past this in just a second. So this is the normal size, okay? So these littler ones, which are not that much smaller, these ones have 7 ounces, and this one has, 2 grams, and this one has 3.5 grams. This is $30, okay? I got 3 of these for $30. So you can get one for $30, or these 3 colors I'm showing you for $30, okay? And then let me show you this foil color. Hey, I saw that KDD Dazzle stick here on TikTok, but then I saw that Michaela girl or somebody else talk about it and say that it was like, it creases. It's a cream shadow. And look at that fucking shit, y'all. Bam! So, I love fucking eyeshadow. Yes, I love sparkly eyeshadows. You can get these 3 Hourglass, these 3 in a package for $30. They're on sale in the sale section of Sephora, which is a great deal. So you can get 3, or you can get 1. One of these is $30. I got 3. I have 2 already. Let me show you all the other colors. This is my favorite one right here. It's called Smoke. And it's like a taupey color. that top one is the one that I just swatched. That's my favorite one. I feel like taupey, like cool tone browns look really good on my eyes. Yeah, Hourglass is fucking expensive, exactly. I have a couple of Hourglass products that I'm really into, like sparkly eyeshadows, and then I'm really into like powders for your face that make your skin look really smooth and illuminated. Tell me these don't look almost the same. One's a little bit darker than the other. That pisses me off. I don't like when brands do that, when they make them like almost the same. It's a little different. Anyway, I can't complain. I can't complain. So I am obsessed with makeup. I have a bunch of makeup that I need to give away. I have giveaway packages on my counter that y'all have been reminding me of, and I still haven't mailed them. And I know the girls that won them hate my guts. You know what I mean? I usually wear purple on my eyes because it looks really good on brown eyes. But one day when I send out my giveaway packages, the girls that won are going to be so grateful. Micah, are you still in here? I'm such a fucking shitbag. I'm so irresponsible when it comes to mailing things. Like, I just don't know why I can't get my fucking ass to the mailman. I have to go into the post office, that's why. Then there's this. I want to talk about these eyeshadows because they fucking suck, and I'm pissed that I even spent money on these bitches because they were so expensive. This is Rowan. Now, I love their lip gloss. I swear by it. It's one of my favorite lip glosses I've ever used in my whole entire life. But these are so weird. Let me show y'all. Hold on, I'll show you my foundation in just a second. Okay, so they're super crumbly. Like, I can't explain it. Let me get it on here so you can see. It's like a weird crumbly kind of, it's this one right here. And it's just, I hate it. I'm so mad. They're supposed to be like creams, but they're weird. I can't explain it. And when they go on the eye, like they don't go on right. You know what I mean? Okay, there's one. And then let me show you the other one. They tried, but these need to be like creamier because you can't push down hard on your eyelid like you can on your hand. You know what I mean? When you're trying to put them on, that's the whole struggle, is that you can't get them spread on there good because you can't press down good. You know what I mean? So let me show you all this. Hold on, let me wash my hand. I have a very particular kind of foundation that I use because, and I don't have any makeup on right now, so please don't judge me right now. I have nothing on my face. I'll show you guys the foundation I use. No, girl, you have to see these Rowan eyeshadows. You can't even pick them up on a brush. I'm serious. They like fall apart. I'm gonna show you some other ones that I have just like them that you'll understand what I'm talking about. I promise you guys, I'm the master makeup lady. Believe me, I've tried it all. These are just really weird texture. I'll show you some other ones and you'll see what I'm talking about. They're like flaky and they fall apart. Okay, my husband is probably hearing me in here talking about makeup. He knows I just love makeup. Okay, hold on. Okay, so when it comes to foundation, I have specific things I'm looking for in foundation, okay? I have normal skin. If anything, I am dry, like right here and right here. Or no, dry right here on my cheeks and then oily right here, right? And so what I like when I look for foundation is I like for something that's illuminating. Like, I want my skin to look moist. I want it to look bouncy and shiny like a baby's bottom on a hot summer day. So I watched this girl on YouTube called Sam Ravindal, SSSSSS Samantha, and she is obsessed with this foundation, but they discontinued it. Okay, they discontinued it. This is the Burberry Fresh Glow Foundation. Anything with the word glow in it, I love it. You can see the iridescence of the foundation in the bottle, but let me show y'all. Just a little bit. Okay. I like my foundation to be like, see that? And when it dries, it'll still be like, it does that. Let me blend it all the way out, and then you'll see. You could see the gloss that it leaves on your skin. It's my perfect fucking shade. Perfect. And I love it. So you can get this. I ordered this off Poshmark. That's how I still get it. This is number 34, warm nude. Then, and I don't like full coverage because I don't like it to be full coverage. I like my foundation to be light and airy and thin, and I want this to show through. Like my freckles, I want them to show through, okay? It's called Fresh Glow Foundation by Burberry. Fresh Glow Foundation. Okay, next on the docket. And I also hate paying like $60 for a foundation, so I always try to find foundations that are on sale, because why not, you know? So this is by a company called Stellar Beauty, and it's the same consistency as that other one, you guys. It's super thin, it's super runny, you can hear it in the thing, and then let me show you. It's the same way that other one is. It's like thin and runny, and it'll leave your skin looking, it's right here, like a glossy-ish color. But that's what I look for. I look for foundations that are thin in texture, lightweight, glowy. Then this is really good too, dry skin. See, it's hard because I don't have dry skin, but if you have dry skin, you would love these that I'm recommending because they're super fucking moisturizing. I think that people who have older textured skin, like myself, because I'm almost 40, should use foundations that are moisturizing and glowy, because what happens is when I use a matte foundation and I have like these forehead wrinkles and stuff, it cakes up in those forehead wrinkles. It just looks so dry and cakey. It looks like the Sahara Desert on my skin. So I always go for stuff like this that's illuminating. Anything that says luminous in the in the title, anything that says illuminating in the title, anything like that. Oh yeah, I have lots of Walmart makeup. I swear by this Instant Eraser Maybelline concealer, okay? I swear by the Maybelline Fit Me Dewy foundation. I also like the L'Oreal, God, it's new, it's in a pump bottle. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a glowy foundation too. But this other one, if you guys don't want to wear foundation, this is a luminous tinted moisturizer. You guys see Infallible, that one. That one I think is great, but those are really like full coverage foundations. This moisturizer, watch this. I put this on with you guys all the time. This is what I put on for foundation whenever we're doing my makeup, and I just rub it in like it's a regular lotion. And what it does is it corrects my skin, but it doesn't really give me coverage at all. It corrects my like blemishes. But then I go in with concealer in my spots. As you can see, I have rosacea right here on my cheeks and right here on this side of my cheek. So I usually go right here with extra concealer, you know, to do like, make it look more covered. And yeah, that's what I do. I don't like to wear a lot of foundation, y'all. Now, I'll tell you something that I also swear by. Y'all are probably gonna get mad because it's expensive, but I have a dupe for it if you can't afford it. So let me get the dupe out so I can show y'all that too. I feel bad because I don't want to leave anybody out, you know? Where is that fucking shit? Hold on. It's somewhere around here, y'all. God. I watched this guy. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, let me show y'all something. I'll put y'all on to some game, okay? This Charlotte Tilbury, what is this called? Flawless Filter. It's basically a liquid highlight, or you can use it as like a moisturizer, a tinted moisturizer. Let me show y'all. Okay, this shit right here, I swear by it. I put this stuff on the tops of my cheeks. I put it on my little forehead, on my nose. It's just chef's kiss beautiful, okay? If you want to get the same result you get with this Charlotte Tilbury Flawless Filter for a youthful superstar glow, then get this. L'Oreal Paris Lumi Glotion. Same exact shit. Watch. You're gonna fucking die. Same shit, maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit glowier. Okay, I have the Charlotte Tilbury right here, and then I have that Glotion stuff right here. It's the same exact thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like, the color is exactly the same too. It's crazy. This is the color Medium Glow, and these things do the same exact thing. A lot of times I'll put this on my face and I'll just rub it all over my face, and then I'll put on that tinted moisturizer. No, this is just like a glow, like just glowy stuff, you know? Hey Louie, what's up, baby? This is just like to like give you a highlighted, like fresh, dewy look, which y'all know. If I have makeup on, I want to look like I just got out of the Sahara Desert. I want my face to be glowing for the gods. I want you to see your fucking reflection off my cheekbones, bitches. Why am I the way I am? Yes, you can wear it on top of or underneath your foundation. You want to know something else that makes you look really glowy? I'm going to show this to you guys too. I don't know if a lot of people use this, but I know a lot of girls on YouTube talk about it. This is the Glossier Future Dew, which is an oil serum hybrid. See the bottle? That's what it looks like on your cheeks. Let me show you. I know y'all think I'm weird. Y'all think I'm weird? Okay, this is the most glossy. Oh my God, look at that glossiness. So, these are great products too. During the summertime, it's kind of hard because we're already sweating, you know? But during the winter, you guys, when it's cold and dry out and you want to like rejuvenate your skin and you want to look like you're 22 years old. You want to look like you're young again, okay? These products, like the products I'm telling you about, the Glotion from L'Oreal, perfect. This stuff, perfect. Like, when people think of youth, when they think of young, they think of moisturized, plump, juicy, voluptuous. And so us old hags, we're all dried up and withered up, like, and so we have to get ourselves voluptuous and moisturized and juicy and plump. And I know some of you who are older than me are probably going, bitch, you're not even old. But I'm getting there, so shut the fuck up. I have no injections. I don't get Botox. I don't get lip injections. My husband will not let me get lip injections because the other night I was looking on TikTok at people who had lip injections, and this girl got lip injections, and her lip injector injected her artery by accident. So guess what happened? It rotted her fucking lip off. Her lip looked like it had shit on it. It was black because the skin died. Then I've seen other girls who have been getting lip injections for years, and their filler migrates up their lip. So they have this bulge coming out above their lip, or a shadow that looks like a mustache because of how much their filler has migrated and it's bumping up out of everywhere. Also, tell me I'm not lying. Tell me I'm not lying. I see girls who get Botox all the time and their skin starts to look plastic. They fill it up so much to smooth the skin out, that it starts to look pillowy and plastic. It's not attractive. Like, you can tell that they have filler in their face. And so, I don't know, I've always asked my husband, no offense if you guys like to get a lot of filler, but if you do overdo it, you be looking fucking weird, okay? I see a lot of people who get too much filler and then it starts, like I said, migrating and moving around and filling in other places, and oh, it scares me. But I would love to get lip injections. I'm scared to get anything else though. I don't want them to freeze my face to where like my eyes get stuck or something. One time I seen this lady that she was going to get her eyebrows to come up like this so that way she wouldn't have so much hood right here. Guess what happened? It did the opposite and it made her eyebrows droop like this. What the hell? I would fucking murder somebody. So I just say be careful with that kind of stuff, you guys, because you're beautiful just the way you are. I do get a little self-conscious sometimes about my forehead, but I'll tell you this, having good skincare, like actually, like you can see, like my skin looks good. Having good skincare can help out with your wrinkles and stuff. It can help lessen the like deepness of your wrinkles. Like doing the stuff like we do here whenever I do my skincare, which I'm fixing to do right now because it's already 6 o'clock, mine as well. And doing like masks that resurface and slough off the old skin can help like with the deepness of your wrinkles and help, you know, your skin look more youthful. Botox is a lot more affordable than getting lip injections though. Here in Arkansas, y'all want to know how much it is to get lip injections here in Arkansas? How much is it where y'all live first? I'll tell y'all, and then I'll tell you how much it is here. Like, I'm obsessed with these fucking lip glosses. Go and get these lip glosses. I promise you will not be disappointed. They make your fucking lips feel so juicy and they're just like so soft. It makes my lips feel like, I love it. I love it. Okay. It's like $10 a unit for Botox, right? Super cheap, super affordable. To get lip injections, it's $1,200 for 2 syringes. Because if I'm getting fucking lip injections, I'm getting a syringe in the top lip and a syringe in the bottom lip, bitch. You're gonna be able to tell I got myself some injections. I'm not just gonna talk about, oh, just give me half a syringe. I want the whole syringe. I want my lips to look like they got caught in a mouse trap. Sorry. I mean, they're not that small, but I feel like because my face is so fucking fat, they look small. Compared to girls here on TikTok, they look small because everybody's got lip injections. But I'm all natural. So, girl, I want them to be swollen, okay? I just can't, here's the thing, you guys, okay? $1,000 is a lot of money. So if I get that shit, I want to be able to tell I have it. You know what I mean? Why else would you get it? If you can't tell you have them, then why get them? But Neil won't let me. I was just telling everybody that you won't let me get lip injections.
Well, After seeing that girl the other day, I don't know why you'd still want to.
I know. That's what I was telling him. I said that we seen a girl that had her lips rotted off from lip injections. That's my, look at my, I want to show y'all something right now. My husband's hair. Don't worry, we're not going to show him your face. Look at his hair, how pretty it is. Look how long it is. And how red it is. Isn't it so cute, you guys? I'm making him grow it out so that way he can wear it in a ponytail. Won't that be cute? Then all the girls will be wanting him, and then I'm going to have to beat somebody's ass. Get a shop vac and put it on my mouth. Care credit. Yes, you can do care credit. That's true. I love his hair too, girl. I love red hair. I think it's so pretty. If any of y'all have red hair, you're super lucky. It's so pretty. I think when he was a kid, he didn't like it because, you know, there wasn't a lot of redheads. Because there wasn't a lot of redheads when he was little. But now that he's older and he's even experienced this, like a lot of women like comment to him about his hair and how cute he is, especially older black women. My husband has the older black ladies. I mean, they just think he's the cutest thing. I love red hair. When I was pregnant with Nate, you guys, I thought he was going to be redheaded. I just was certain of it. I was also certain that he was going to be a girl, but we see how that turned out. I was going to name him, hey Beast Mode, hey Dave, I was going to name him Nadia Marie Pludre, but instead his name is Nathaniel Alexander Pludre. Axel, I see you creeping. How are you doing? How's your sobriety doing, Axel? Brenda, are you still in here? Micah, are you still in here? I need to get my Patreon people together, and we need to make a group so y'all can chat in a group chat. Would y'all like that or no? Great day. Great today. Good. Axel, that makes me so happy. Love you too, Dave. You're organizing your dance bag. Oh, Lord. Are you going to work tonight? Axel, I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. You guys, Axel's getting sober from meth, y'all. And you need to be very proud of him. Okay, I want you to call me tomorrow, okay, so we can have just a call, like an hour call together, okay, Axel? Call me tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have we'll have a little meeting of the minds, talk about some stuff, okay? This is amazing. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. That's so hard. I know how hard it is to get sober from meth, and it's just so hard. Dave, I gotta reach out to some creators. Lately here, it's been nothing but drama on TikTok. So I've kind of been, hold on, y'all. Y'all do not judge me, but I am not gonna put a bra on in my house because it's so uncomfortable. So what I do, so that way I'm comfortable because my boobs are so big, is I get a hand towel and I put it underneath my boobs so my boobs don't sweat. And if you came here for anything other than the realest conversations, you are in the wrong motherfucking place. Diana, Micah dances. She dances at a club for extra money. So that's kind of like her part-time job, and then her main job, or the job that she's trying to make into her main source of income, is her cleaning business. So while she is trying to make her cleaning business more profitable, she still has to have, you know, money coming in, so she does that part-time. Hey, what's up, Caitlin? Hey, Brian, what's up, man? I know you wanted to come in here and do a group with us, so come on. Nobody's judging you, Micah. We love you, girl. Nobody's judging you. A lot of people dance in recovery, okay? In fact, I have been following, just so y'all know, I have been following some scrippers here on TikTok that are amazing. I found this girl, her name is Sativa, and I think she's amazing. I love her. I'm obsessed with her. And let me tell you the story time that she told today, or maybe it was the other day. I can't remember when the story time was, but let me tell it to you guys. So Sativa and this girl named BB, they both worked at the same strip club, okay? And so they were working, and they had a group of guys come in that were like 21, 22 years old, okay? Well, one of the guys was like really interested in BB, and BB is like super skinny, I guess. And Sativa is like a mid-sized girl. She's smaller than I am. She's not like obese, you know what I mean? She's just probably like a size 12, okay? And so she was like, you can get BB, and then I'll, dance with your friend or whatever, give your friend a lap dance. Well, the kid was like, you're too big. And she was like, what the fuck, dude? You owe me $20 for saying that. You know what I mean? Which you guys know how it is. Like, if you're going into a strip joint, you don't disrespect the girls that are dancing, okay? You are there to see them, and so you need to be respectful. Well, what ended up happening is Sativa walked off. BB chased these boys out of the club, like screaming and yelling at them. And then the one boy who wanted to dance with BB came back in and paid the $90 for the lap dance. Listen to this. Listen to the story, y'all. So she's doing her thing, doing her lap dance. And all of a sudden he's like, oh, get up. And then he goes, he cummed in his pants from a lap dance. So, long story short, yeah, so those little twips, they were 21, 22-year-old kids, you know what I mean? Like, of course that was going to happen. I know. Axel, can you imagine? Hey, for the guys that are in here, have y'all ever done that? Low-key addicted to smoking and drinking. Can you talk about the addict part of the brain? Oh, hey, Jake. Sure. Okay. So here's the thing, okay? Like, we are born with the disease of addiction, okay? A lot of you guys might disagree with me, but this is facts, okay? A lot of us already have the disease before we ever pick up a drink or a drug, okay? I want you to think back to before you ever started smoking or drinking, to when you were a little kid, okay? Did you have any issues with like overeating? Did you have any issues with like spending too much money, credit card bills, just any addictive behaviors? Did you have anything like that going on in your life? If you did, you'll know what I'm talking about, because that's a addicted part of our brain. Our brain, we've always had it there. You know what I mean? At least I have. Some people, I think, develop addictions from like taking medications like opiates or benzos, and that's more of like a dependency thing than an addiction, because like your brain, of course, is going to become dependent after a long time of taking it, right? But for people like us who are true born addicts, we had the disease before we ever picked up a drink or a drug. So when we introduce drugs and alcohol into our system and we get that feel-good feeling, that relief, it's like, duh, why wouldn't we use them? And so we continue to use. Now, for somebody like me, sorry y'all, I'm huffing and puffing. For somebody like me, who now I'm in recovery, I have other addictions. Okay, so what I have realized is that I will always have something that I am struggling with. And what I have to do is I have to figure out, like, what is worth working on and what's not worth working on, you know? So since I've gotten sober, since 6 years ago when I got sober, I had to start working on my health, because now my fat ass, as you can see, has gotten to a point where I use food like I use drugs. So all these years that I have been practicing to stay sober from drugs and alcohol, I have used food to change the way I feel, to make me feel better about myself, to give me that like relief that I normally would get from drugs and alcohol. And so now I'm having to learn how to change those behaviors, okay? And so now that I'm like working with other addicts and trying to help other people get sober, I like start addressing things like that with them right away, because I don't want them to struggle like I did. I don't want them to, hey Boogie, you're from Arkansas? I don't want them to go down the same path I did, you know? Oh, it's a whole lot in the beginning, Jake. So listen, okay? You got to take it one day at a time. First of all, have you been able to stop using? Okay? That's the first thing you got to start on. Have you come to the realization that you are an addict and that you can no longer use drugs and alcohol successfully? Do you admit that? And are you ready to surrender? Are you ready to surrender and stop using drugs and alcohol? If you are ready to stop, then you have to stop. Okay, that's the hard part about it. The hard part is stopping and staying stopped, okay? Because what happens when we want to stop is then that's when those cravings and stuff start happening. And it's like, dude, I'm trying to stop using, but I'm like always thinking about it. And so that's why I think it's really important in early recovery to start hanging out with people like us who are sharing different things that help us stay sober. I had to get a job and get so focused on my recovery, okay? I struggled so much at the beginning, but here's the thing. I had lost custody of my son, and if I kept getting high, I was never going to see my son again. So you have to find something that motivates you to staying sober, okay? I don't know if you have consequences that are leering over you, like if you keep getting high, you'll lose your job. If you keep getting high, your parents will kick you out. If you keep getting high, your wife will leave you, whatever it is, right? Sometimes we have to use those things as motivation for us to change our minds and change our lives. And that's what worked for me. I had to find a consequence that was great enough to move me into changing, you know what I mean? And unfortunately, I had to lose my son. I lost everything, okay? I lost my home, I lost my car, I lost my jobs. Nothing was enough for me to stop. And that's the thing, it's like, it just has to be enough. When is it going to be enough for you? Listen to this. Y'all don't know about me, okay? Y'all don't know about my life back in the day, okay? Before I got sober, nothing motivates you, Linda. Ugh, that makes me sad. See, some people are like that. Sorry, I'm so sweaty, you guys. It's really hot at our house, and we got the air condition on. You have to find something that you're passionate about. You have to find a purpose. Okay, Linda? You have to find a purpose. If you don't have anything that motivates you, then you need to find purpose in your life, because you're lacking that. I'm telling you guys, the best thing that ever happened to me was starting to do YouTube and start telling my stories, because it's given me purpose, okay? It gives me purpose to be of service to other people and to help other people. And that's what I do. This saved my life, you know, doing TikTok and YouTube. Before I was on TikTok, I was doing YouTube for 4 years. And so that's what you got to do. You got to find something that gives you purpose and gets you excited about your recovery. And if you're in recovery and you feel like you've hit like a brick wall and you're like not moving forward, that's what you have to do. You need to find something that gets you pumped. I didn't care about life either, Starlight. Girl, I hated my life. I wanted to die. I wanted to kill myself. What has helped me to care about my life is caring about other people's life. Isn't that crazy? What's helped me to care about myself is by helping others care about themselves. Hey, Caitlin, what's up, girl? If I didn't have you guys to be worried about and care about, my son to be worried about and cared about, my husband to be, I'm a helper. I'm a person who finds joy out of being there for other people. It literally gets my rocks off. Like when I help somebody and they're like getting sober and changing their life, I'm like over here like, ha, 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 yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I love it. It gets me so excited. It gets me so happy because I'm like, oh my God, they're getting to experience the same thing I'm experiencing. And they're getting to find themselves and feel good about themselves. Like, I don't think you guys understand. Like, I hated my life. I hated my life. And the only person that I could hate for that is myself, because I put myself in that situation. You know, I repeatedly used drugs and repeatedly relapsed and repeatedly did felonious shit and repeatedly hurt other people because of drugs, because I needed drugs. And I was very sick in my addiction. And even though, like, I had my husband and I love him so much, I was still so unhappy. And so the only thing I'm telling you guys that has helped me is by helping other people. It's the most amazing thing in the whole wide world, because it's the thing that gives me purpose. It's the thing that helps me be excited about my own sobriety. I truly believe that if I had gotten sober and I didn't start helping people and I didn't start doing YouTube and TikTok and all this stuff, I don't think I would be sober still, because I would have been unfulfilled. But now I am fulfilled, you know? And listen, I know not everybody is like meant to come on social media and share their stories, but if that's something that sounds like it could help you, I'm telling you guys, it really helped me a lot. Well, Caitlin, if your doctor said you had it, girl, then you got it. Don't listen to those other people. Where is my... Oh, okay, so let's talk about something. So we have a whole bunch of people coming on to share their stories next week. We got Chrissy on Monday, Nina on Tuesday, Ryan on Wednesday, and Kayla on Thursday. Diana, are you in here? Well, you can't get them to believe it, baby. And it doesn't matter if they believe it. You don't need their validation. You don't need them to validate your whatever you have, you know? I'm excited too, Micah. When do you want to share your story, Linda? Are you ready? Are you ready? Because here's the thing. You need to be ready, because if you tell your story, Linda, we need to do it on YouTube and Facebook. Will you message me on Facebook? Because we won't be able to do yours here on TikTok. Let me see. Because you don't have 1,000 followers. So we'll have to do it on YouTube, okay? It's the best thing you ever want to do. Let me tell y'all something, okay? The first time I ever told my story... You want to feel normal? You can feel normal, Jake. You just got to get on track, man. Stop drinking and using. It'll be on my YouTube channel, you guys. It'll be on my YouTube channel. So, let me think. What was I going to say? Chrissy's coming on Monday, which I've been trying to get her on for like 2 weeks. When I first told my story, I was 1 year sober. I went to my sponsor. For those of you guys that don't know, I think a lot of people don't know this, but I've had a sponsor, the same sponsor, for like almost 4 years. And a lot of people don't even know that I have a sponsor and that I work the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. But the reason I still work the Alcoholics Anonymous 12 steps is because there's not a lot of support here in Mara. It's like a really small meeting, and one of the people that has the most sober time in Mara is me. And so I've always had an AA sponsor. But I wish that it was like more, I wish that I could get more involved here in Arkansas with things here. But I'm going to tell you guys straight up, here in Arkansas, it's so ass backwards. And like, I tried to apply for my certified peer recovery specialist certification, and they denied me because I'm on 2 milligrams of Suboxone. And so that's why when people ask me, like, what do you have any certifications? Like, what are you? And I'm like, I'm just a life coach. I'm a life recovery coach. Because I can't get a certification because I'm on 2 milligrams of Suboxone, and the state of Arkansas won't give it to me because of that. Any other state that you apply to become a peer, they will approve you if you're on MAT. But they will not approve me because I'm on MAT in Arkansas. If I went to Maryland or Canada or Texas, anywhere else, they would approve me. And so that's why, like, I just do my own thing and started my own little recovery support shit. And, you know, a lot of people give me a hard time and say, what makes you qualified? My fucking 15 years of active addiction qualifies me, and then my 6 years sober qualifies me to share my experience. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, like, people don't understand. Like, being a life coach, you guys, I'm not being a therapist. That's not therapy. You can ask any of the people I do my coaching with. It's literally like having a best friend that helps you with your recovery. I don't know, Starlight. I know that there's this guy that his name is Jimmy McGill, and he is like really big with the drug policies in the state of Arkansas, and I'm supposed to go on his podcast on the 26th to share my story. And so hopefully we'll be able to talk about that because it broadcasts to like all of Arkansas. But I don't know. It's very discouraging because, like, here's the thing, and I want people to get used to hearing me say this. I might never get off Suboxone. I might stay on it for the rest of my life. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. If a person needs medication, they should be allowed to take that medication, and nobody should be able to deny them a job because of their medication. You know? So you know what I did? Linda, my dream was always to work for somebody like Dr. B. So I made it happen, and now I work for a doctor. I work for Dr. B. And you know what else is so amazing? Because people always give me a hard time. Dude, I might not be a doctor or a nurse, but I'm going to tell y'all straight up. I have inducted over 50 people successfully onto Suboxone this year. Me. Them calling my phone, me setting up their time, setting up the time that they induct, taking and giving them the clinical opiate withdrawal scale test, okay, and then helping them induct onto their medication safely. All right? I know doctors who can't even induct their patients onto Suboxone without pushing them into precipitated withdrawal. And I'm over here handling my business, okay? I have people call me from all over the United States for help with inducting onto Suboxone. I need to take, I need somehow to get some kind of certification that says I'm Nicole, a professional Suboxone inductor. Oh, gabapentin, Brian, that's hardcore. And you drink too, Brian? Are you drinking? Yes. And listen to this. If Micah's still in here, she'll tell you guys I helped her induct. And it's always the same thing with a lot of people who call me. A lot of people call me and they are afraid to get on Suboxone because of precipitated withdrawal, because they've had a past where they pushed themselves into precipitated withdrawal by taking the medication too early. And so what I do is we go through it, dude. It's hard. Because a lot of people, they don't want to experience withdrawal. So like I'm calling them, they're texting me, and they're upset because they're going 30 hours, into withdrawal. But honestly, you guys, like, it's not anything compared to how much better you'll feel once you get on the medication and get stabilized. Hey, Micah. I'm like, Micah's here. Diana's here now. Diana was one of my first mess ups with Suboxone. And I will admit where I fucked up. Diana was coming off of fentanyl. And she got to a 12 on the clinical opiate withdrawal scale, and I inducted her at a 12, and it was too early, and she went into precipitated withdrawal. And so I will admit when I mess up. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. The reason why I inducted her on at a 12 is because I was taking the suggestion from the PA and the doctor, because they said as long as she hit a 12, she would be okay to induct. I'm telling you guys, some doctors, they don't understand, and it's not because they're not smart. It's because they're thinking of the fentanyl that's in the hospital. The fentanyl that's in the hospital and the fentanyl that's on the streets is totally different. And so I feel so bad, Diana, because I'm like, damn it, I could have lost you. You could have ran and never came back. And that was a huge mistake on my part. And so now I always make sure that people score at least a 14. Hopefully, if they can get up to a 16, we try to wait until they score a 16, and then I know they're going to be okay. But it's just like scary because I don't want to hurt anyone. But I always tell people, like, I'm not a doctor. You are trusting me at your own risk. And so I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a counselor, I'm not a nurse, I'm not a therapist. You're taking these suggestions at your own risk. You know what I mean? The scoring that I'm talking about, yes, the score is the clinical opiate withdrawal scale. Any of you guys can pull this scale up on Google, okay? I love you too, Brian. Any of you guys can pull the scale up, okay? You pull the scale up on your phone, and it will ask you questions. It will ask you, what is your pulse rate? Are you having the cold sweats? Are you having goosebumps? Is your stomach messed up? Are you having diarrhea? Can you stay still? All of these questions about withdrawal. And you will score yourself on each question between 1 and 4, okay? 1 being, no, I don't feel that, I'm still okay, and 4 being, hell yeah, I'm crawling out of my skin, okay? And you score it, and then you take all those numbers and you add them up. If you add them up and you come out to a 14, you are in the clear to take Suboxone. But you do not need to take an 8 milligram strip right away. What you need to do is take that strip or that pill and cut it into fourths and take 2 milligrams first. Lay that under your tongue, wait for 20 minutes, and then see how you feel, okay? If you still feel shitty, then you can wait 20 minutes, like I said, and then take another 2 milligrams. Wait 20 minutes, wait until you get to a point where you feel regular. That way, you're not like taking the medication all at once and it being too much for you. So all people are different. Some people top out at 8 milligrams. Some people top out at 12. Some people top out at 16. It's really all in the person, because a lot of people, when they're coming off of opiates and on to Suboxone, they are expecting the worst and they're looking for immediate relief. And so what they'll do is they'll say, oh, Nicole, I've taken 4 milligrams and I still feel horrible. When in all actuality, the medication is helping. They're just looking for something more. And so they keep dosing until they get up to like 16 or 24, which the max amount of Suboxone you can take is 32 milligrams. Hey, Sean, what is wrong, dude? Are you okay? Are you okay? Did somebody hurt you? Are you having a bad day? Because we're not fucking talking to you, dude. Nobody's bothering you. Okay? If you're uncomfortable with your life and you're so insecure that you have to come in here and try to down other people's recovery, then that's fine. Okay? But you're not going to do that in here with us. Suboxone saves people's lives. Many people are thriving and benefiting because they're on MAT and they've been able to change their lives. If that makes you uncomfortable and you can't handle that, I'm sorry. I apologize that you're uncomfortable, okay? But just because you don't agree with something doesn't mean that, we have to listen to your bullshit that you're spewing. So just go away. If you're in recovery, you wouldn't treat people like this. You wouldn't say mean things about their sobriety, okay? So just leave. You're the one who's being disrespectful, and you're the one who came into our live stream. So if you don't like it, leave. Okay? Simple as that. It always makes me kind of laugh when people like Sean come in to my live stream on my platform and try to degrade my people and myself. Suboxone saved my life, and I will never stop telling people how it saved my life and helped me change my life, because there are hundreds and thousands of people that are dying from opiate addiction that need help, that could benefit from this life-saving medication. And so as long as I got life left in me and air to breathe, baby, I'll be telling people about how it changed my life. Not you, Sean Recovery. There's this other guy named Sean, where is it at? SEAN 100,000 or 1 million, that guy. Not you. So here on Real Talk Recovery, you guys, we support all pathways to recovery, okay? Whether it be abstinence, medication-assisted treatment, kratom, medical marijuana, people that are on medication for antidepressant kind of stuff, all that, okay? Here's the thing, you guys. Recovery has nothing to do with the medications you're prescribed. It has everything to do with the way your behaviors are and the way you operate. If you are prescribed medication and it's helping you, and you are doing the right thing, staying sober, being kind to others, changing the way you treat others and being kind and not stealing and lying and cheating and manipulating, that's recovery. So we were talking about this earlier when I first came on to the live about kratom, because I feel like a lot of people think that I don't support them that use kratom, and that's not true. My thoughts on kratom are as follows. Kratom is a great tool for people who have gotten to a point in their sobriety where they're no longer looking to change the way they feel. If a person is still struggling with addiction behaviors and they get on kratom, what I find out and what I see happen a lot is they start taking copious amounts of it. Like I'm talking like 8 big ass tablespoons of it. I'm just talking about a lot, and they're like taking it all throughout the day. And they get to a point where they're taking so much that it's just like really, it's no longer beneficial in their life. It's causing them more harm than good. And so I worry about people who are telling people that kratom is so safe, it's non-addicting, this, that, and the third, instead of being honest with them, like we talk about Suboxone here. Suboxone can cause a dependency because it's an opioid. And so I think it's important to share those truths about each medication. Hey, Papa Shark, don't say that it, and that's what's wrong with the Kratom community, okay? The Kratom community would be amazing if they would share the whole truth. A lot of the times what they do in the Kratom community is they tell you things like Kratom is non-addicting, Kratom doesn't get you high, doesn't cause euphoria, and we know that those things are not true. We know that obviously Kratom is causing some kind of relief, okay, for the user, or else the user wouldn't use it. And so it operates, the strain of Kratom that affects the opiate receptors in your stomach is producing an opiate-like relief for the person who uses it. So I think that because they're trying and they're fighting so hard to want to legalize Kratom, that they leave out these important things to tell people who are going to try it. When somebody reaches out to me and they want to use Suboxone, this is what I tell them. Okay, you want to get on Suboxone. I think it's important that you know, in order to get off of Suboxone, you need to taper, okay? Because if you don't taper, you will be sick as a dog because you'll go through withdrawal, okay? I think a lot of people don't tell everybody that, and it's important to be honest with a person, because what if they get on Kratom and then they are on it and they're overtaking it, they're eating too much of it, they're getting that feeling that they like to get the feeling, and then they find themselves addicted, and then they try to jump off cold turkey and then they get sick. I cannot tell you guys how many people, and listen, if you're taking Kratom, I'm not saying that you're not in recovery. What I'm saying is, in order to be better, to help people better, it's important to let them know all the sides of the situation. Okay? So let's say this. I have people call me at Dr. B's treatment center and they say, I was talking to this person, they told me about Kratom, they said how amazing it was and that it was non-addictive and that I wouldn't have any withdrawal and I would be fine. And now I've been on it for 7 months and I've been taking it, and every time I try to stop, I get sick, I'm like clammy, I got the flu, it feels like I have the flu, I feel horrible, and then I have to take it again. What do I do? And I'm just like, oh man, like I wish they had told you the beginning, you know what I mean? That it can cause a dependency, and that's all I'm trying to say, you guys. I think it's really important to let people know everything, okay? And so that's why when people reach out to me about medication-assisted treatment, I make sure that I let them know all sides of the story. And here's the thing. If you want to get off of something like Suboxone or methadone, you have to taper low and slow. If you don't taper low and slow, you are going to wish you never lived. You are going to feel like shit, okay? It is going to be horrible. And so that is why I will tell you that truth. I will tell you that truth. That is why your girl has been tapering for 2 years. That is why your girl hadn't jumped off yet. Because I want to make sure that I'm doing this the right way. I want to be able to show you guys that if I can do it, you can do it. Okay? And so I just don't want to set you guys up for failure. And that's what I feel like happens a lot of time with people who are advocating for Kratom, is that they don't tell you guys those important parts. And that's all I'm trying to say. I don't care if you use Kratom for recovery. I don't not support you. I have a lot of friends that are on Kratom. One of my best friends has been on Kratom for 3 years. Let me tell you how she does it. She was on Suboxone and she lost her insurance and she could no longer pay for her prescription. So she started utilizing Kratom. Like I said, she's been taking it for 3 years. She gets the white strain, the green strain, and the red strain. And she alternates between these strains. She also takes breaks that she calls tolerance resets, where she stops using the Kratom and takes this other herb that helps her body reset itself. So that way she never builds up a tolerance to the Kratom. It's a whole thing that you have to study to learn how to do. She also now knows how to take the Kratom to get the best benefits out of it by like mixing it with stuff like lemon juice, and they call it some word that I don't understand, and that helps the kratom be better and helps it activate better in her body. But she does these things so she never goes over a certain amount in a day. She is like very responsible with it, and that's the kind of thing that if you are going to use kratom, I think that you need to make sure that you get all the education you can on it. Exponentiator, there you go, exponentiator, that thing. And so that's what she does. She does that. She does the tolerance reset. She does all kinds of things that help her, and that she's never like just eating this stuff and just being like out of her mind. You know what I mean? I think it's important for us as addicts to identify that a lot of people, when they're first getting into recovery, they don't have self-control. None of us had self-control when we got sober. That's why we were on drugs, because we lost control. And so to expect an addict to be able to self-monitor and self-control themselves when taking a substance that is, they just get off of the website or whatever, it's a lot of people can't do that. And that's what I'm trying to help people to understand. That is why I tell my people, if you're someone who is like struggling and you know that you're the kind of person that just takes things and takes things and takes things, then I think you would be better off going to the doctor and getting put on an MAT program, so that way they can monitor your intake. You'll get called in for sub counts, you'll get called in for drug tests and that kind of thing, because I want you to be safe. It's not me not supporting you. It's me wanting you to be safe. It's me not wanting you to turn into one of the people that I get phone calls from at Dr. B's treatment center telling me that you're taking 90 grams of kratom a day and you're ordering kilos of this shit in the mail. I don't want you to lose the power of control over your addiction when using that substance. And so that's why I don't recommend using kratom unless you've been sober for a while. I think that it's best for people who have been in recovery for a while, who have gotten their addiction in check, and they can use it therapeutically. I feel the same way about medical marijuana. I don't think that you should use medical marijuana right away when you first get sober. I think you should wait a year, get yourself a good solid recovery underneath your belt, and then if you need it for like anxiety or pain or depression or whatever, then that could be something that helps. But I think it's really important to start out, you guys, with a, hey Amy, with a good foundation, so that way you have yourself in line. You're not going to be going off the deep end, you know what I mean? And then also, if you're somebody who's going to use this plant medicine, I think it's also important, if you're going to take part in plant medicine, that you have a accountability partner who doesn't use plant medicine. Yeah, I have tried kratom 3 times. That doesn't use plant medicine, that can help you to stay accountable and help you could check in with that person and say, hey, you know, and for you to also be able to call yourself on your shit. Okay, if you're taking 7 medical marijuana gummies a day, then you know you might need to cut back a little. Do you know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to tell you guys is that a lot of men and women in early recovery do not have that self-awareness to check themselves. They're stoned out of their mind. They're taking these substances. They're wanting to get high. They have no self-control. That's what I want you guys to be careful about. I want you to get a good, solid sobriety underneath your belt before moving into these kind of things. Okay? What did you think about it? Well, the kind I took made me feel like I was... It made me feel very hyper. It made me feel jittery, like I had taken, you know, those little 5-hour energy drinks or mini thins off of at the gas station. It made me feel like that. It was a strain, I guess, that gives you energy, and I did not like it at all. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe if I had tried something that was more on the pain reliever side, maybe that would have been better, but that shit jacked me up. I think it was too much. So Suboxone is a partial opioid agonist, okay? And what it does in your brain is we have opiate receptors in our brain, okay? And when a person has an addiction to opiates, what happens is it's going into our brains and it's turning on those pleasure sensors, and that the opiates make us feel good and we get that relief and all that stuff. And so when a person has been addicted to opiates and then they get inducted onto Suboxone, it does the same thing. It goes to that receptor and occupies that receptor, okay? But the difference between Suboxone and a regular opiate or opioid is that it only activates that receptor. How does I say this? I don't know if I should say activate it or if I should say covers it. Okay, so it only opens that receptor up halfway. Regular opiates open it up all the way, so you get that euphoria and that high from like Oxycontin and heroin and Dilaudids and all that kind of stuff, right? And so it only partially does it to the receptor with Suboxone. So that's why it's the gold standard for opiate addiction treatment, because when the person is taking Suboxone, it doesn't get them high. Okay, it doesn't give them that euphoric pleasure feeling that regular opioids do. That is why it's used to treat opiate addiction. That is why a lot of places are moving away from using methadone. Nothing against methadone. Methadone used to be the gold standard for opiate treatment, but methadone is a full opioid agonist. And so when it goes into the brain, it opens those receptors wide up, right? And so you get that pleasure feeling, and then you feel regular like a normal person does. That's why it's really important when a person is utilizing methadone that they only take a therapeutic dose, because what can happen is you can just go from heroin onto methadone and you can keep going up and up and up and up and up on your dose. And that's when you see people who are on such a high dose of methadone that they are nodding out, that they're falling asleep, or they're using Xanax and mixing it with their methadone and they're getting high. If that is not you and you take methadone and it is helping you and you're on a therapeutic dose, that's the way it's supposed to be done. But there are people out there that don't do it like that, who abuse the system, and that's why a lot of doctors are moving to just straight up Suboxone treatment, because it has less potential to be abused. A person, if they want to get high on Suboxone, this is straight up the truth. I know. If a person wants to get a high on Suboxone, they have to stop taking it every day. If you take Suboxone every single day, you cannot get high on it. The only way you can get high on Suboxone is if you stop taking it for like 4 days, 5 days, and then reintroduce it into your system. You know what? You can't use for benzo withdrawals. No. All ready to go. No. Does it still feel like you're missing something on subs? I'm going to tell you the truth about Suboxone. After I got on Suboxone and I had been on it for a good week or two, I didn't feel anything anymore, and I was pissed. Because see, I thought getting on Suboxone, I was still going to get that good opiate feeling. And so when I first got on it, I was like, this is the shit. I love this, right? I'm taking this, and this, look at me, I'm doing good, yeah. I was getting all this energy from Suboxone. It was giving me that opiate feeling. I was kicking ass, man. I was like, hell yeah. Just about the first 4 days, 3 to 4 days on Suboxone, okay? But then after that, it's totally ceiling effect. When Suboxone builds up in your system, no feeling whatsoever, nothing. And what a disappointment, because I thought I was going to be feeling this awesome opiate feeling for the rest of my sobriety. I was like, damn, I done figured out how to get past the system. No. Once you get on Suboxone and you've been taking it for about a week, you don't feel shit. And that's why a lot of people don't like taking Suboxone for MAT treatment, because they still want to feel the high. And with Suboxone, you ain't going to get that unless you are diverting your medication and not taking it every day. And so that's when you have to do the work. So once I realized, damn, I ain't going to be feeling good no more, that's when I had to start working hard on my recovery and actually start changing the way I thought. I had to start changing the thought that I needed to feel a relief and that I needed to feel good. Can you explain half-life with pills or whatever it's called? Okay, so, like with Suboxone, a lot of people say that it's like a 37-hour half-life. I'm not exactly sure exactly how many hours of half-life it has, but I'll tell you this. With Suboxone, what that means is it is in your system for that long, okay? And like with regular opiates like Dilaudid or Oxycontin or Opanas, you're like feeling good for like 4 hours, maybe 6 hours, and then you have to take another one, right? To feel that high effect, right? But the medication is supposed to be out of your system within 3 days. But with those short-acting opiates, you're not feeling the euphoria or the feeling from those short-acting opiates after, like I said, like 4 to 8 hours. Now, it takes about 72 hours for those pills to truly leave our body and for you to pee clean on a drug test, okay? But with Suboxone, it's in your system way longer. If I was to stop taking Suboxone today, I would probably still be pissing hot for buprenorphine 7 days later because of how long the drug stays in your system, because of the half-life. And I'm telling you something right now, that is why when people go to get off Suboxone that don't understand it, they think that they're going to feel better by day 3 or 4, like with regular opiates. Because with regular opiates, when you stop taking them, by day 3, 4, you're starting to come out of the woods. You're starting to feel like a human again. With Suboxone, your withdrawals don't start until about 4 to 5 days in. And you will be like, what the fuck? I cannot tell you how many times I have seen people jump cold turkey off Suboxone. 1 day goes by and they're like, I'm doing good. 2 days goes by and they're like, hell yeah, I got this shit. 3 days goes by and they're like, I feel great. And then all of a sudden on the 4th day, 5th day, it knocks them for a loop. And they're like, damn, duh. That's because it was still in your system and it's starting to actually leave, you know? And so some people have a higher metabolism, right? And their body processes the drugs faster. So non-Annalise, that's probably what happens to you, is that your body runs through it faster. For somebody like me who's a bigger girl and I have a little bit more weight on my bones and my metabolism has slowed down significantly, I don't start feeling any effects until about 4 or 5 days in. In fact, let me tell y'all a story. It was probably a good 2 years ago. I ran out of my medication. Maybe 3 years ago. I ran out of medication because I was struggling. I had been overtaking it and I ran out like 4 days early. And so I didn't take any medication for like 3 days. And here's the thing. When a person is overtaking Suboxone, there's no other reason why they're overtaking it except for psychologically. Psychologically, in my mind would tell me I needed more, I needed more, I needed more. More would make me feel better, but nothing. It didn't change the way I felt at all. It was all in my mind. So I had to work on my addiction behavior because that's what was making me take more, even though it wasn't giving me any relief or any feeling. And so that's why I think when people get on things like marijuana or kratom, like in their recovery, they can take more and more and more and more and more because they're wanting to keep on getting that feeling, you know. And so anyways, 3 days and I still was okay. And so that's why I'm telling you guys, like, Suboxone really, it lasts a long time in your body. Where's my water at? I need to get my water. I lost it. I'm thirsty. I love talking to you guys. We're just on a whole roll tonight, aren't we? And you know what I don't understand? I don't understand why people are rude. Like, we're just having a good time talking about different stuff over here. We're not bothering nobody. You know, like, why come in and say rude shit? You know, like, we're just trying to help each other. I'm just trying to help you guys. And how do you know when you've taken enough Suboxone? Okay, so if the only way you can know that you've taken enough Suboxone is if you're coming off opiates, is if whenever you get relief. If you're in withdrawal and you're taking Suboxone, you'll know that you've taken enough when you're out of withdrawal and you feel normal again. Now, if you're taking it and you're not in withdrawal and you're somebody like me who started on it after being off of opiates for 30 days, that's when I started Suboxone. I stopped. Hey, Mackenzie, good job. I started Suboxone. I had been sober for 30 days. Now, I could have taken like 2 milligrams and been fine. But you know, I started on 8 milligrams, and this is because I was new. I didn't know, my doctor didn't know. I just started 8 milligrams right away. And I'll tell you guys this, 8 milligrams was enough. It made me sick. I threw up. It was too much. Hey, Brenda. It was too much, but I still had that really bad addiction mindset, and I was really bad craving all the time. And so after a month of being on 8 milligrams, I felt normal after a week. Okay. I felt normal after a week. And then after a month of being on it, I was still struggling with cravings. And so I went to the doctor and he put me up to 12 milligrams. So at 12 milligrams, I felt normal. All the cravings had gone away. But guess what happened? After being balanced out on 12 milligrams for about 6 months, I started to struggle with cravings again. And you know what I realized? It had nothing to do with the medication. It was because I wasn't working on my triggers. It's because I was expecting the medication to cure my addiction, and it's not going to do that. You have to do the work. You have to do the therapy. You have to do the things that help you work on those triggers and cravings. You can't just depend on the medication because it's not going to do the work for you. You have to do the recovery work. That's what I learned. I learned that the hard way. Then, once I started working on my recovery, after being on Suboxone for about 4 years, I had no cravings. I didn't want to relapse. I didn't want to use. Nothing. That's when I said, you know what? It's time for me to start tapering. I'm ready because I'm ready. And so I started tapering. Now, once I got down to 2 milligrams, that's when I started to notice like my cravings coming back. Well, of course it was going to come back. I had less of the medication going to my opiate receptors. So therefore, I had to amp up my work, my therapy, my craving and trigger treatment. And what I do for triggers and cravings, for those of you guys that don't know, I'm a fucking open book, obviously. And whenever I'm struggling with anything, I talk about it. But one of the things that I like doing a lot is making lists. And so when I have like something that pops up in my mind, like the thought of using Xanax or the thought of going out and getting some meth, you know what I do? I make a pros and cons list. I know this is so fucking lame and y'all probably think I'm a nerd, but it helps me. And it helps me to look at the benefits of me staying sober versus the risks of me getting high. See, there's a lot more benefits of me staying clean than there are of me using drugs. And I have to see that shit on paper because my ass, My brain is fucked up. My brain always thinks it's a good idea to get high. It's still to this day, my brain tells me it's a good idea to get high. And I would be lying to you if I said it wasn't, okay? And so I have to see it on paper. It helps me to see it, you know? Oh, you know what we were going to talk about tonight? The different types of alcoholics. So, Brian, I know you're in here, so let's do this. And so, if you guys have ever read the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, sorry, I'm sweating, you'll know that in the big book, it talks about there's 3 different types of alcoholics, okay? There is your moderate drinker. A moderate drinker is somebody who can go to dinner and have a glass of wine, or drink at a party a couple of beers, or, you know, just drinks and enjoys it, okay? Then there is the binge drinker, the person who, like, out on the weekends, getting fucking sloshed drunk, blackout drunk, you know, binging. And then then the third one is what they call the real alcoholic. And real alcoholics are people who are like us, real drug addicts, who we can drink morning, noon, or night, any day, every day, because we like the feeling produced by drugs and alcohol. So we use it all the time, as much as we can. So M Gold says, I smoke marijuana, but I still struggle with knowing when to stop doing it during a session. I'm glad you brought that up. And this is what I'm talking about when I talk about people who are using medical marijuana or kratom in their recovery. This is why it's important, you guys, to get a person that you trust, that you can talk to about your consumption of marijuana. Now, what I would tell you is, I would believe that taking medical marijuana, I would believe that taking one gummy or taking 1 or 2 hits is all you need, because you're not trying to get stoned. You're just trying to get the benefits of the relief of the marijuana. And so if you're having a session and you're smoking a joint, I would say, as a rule of thumb, would be to take 1 or 2 hits and put your joint out. That you don't need all that fucking weed. You don't need to be blowed. What do y'all think about that? I would drink morning, noon, and night. Hey, you're welcome, girl. And so my husband's dad was a functioning alcoholic. He drank, he went to work, he had a family, and he didn't lose anything from his alcoholism. But it affected his life because he drank every night. You know what I mean? He drank every night. But in the big book, we're not talking about what people call it functioning alcoholics, you guys. We're talking about, in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, these are the 3 different types of alcoholics. The binge drinker, the moderate drinker, and the real alcoholic, okay? And they characterize these alcoholics into these groups in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, almost 6 years. So that's why I want you guys to know, okay? I'm not trying to shame you if you are a marijuana user in recovery, but I think it's important for you to identify your motives behind smoking the ganja, okay? If you're smoking because you want to escape reality, then you need to reevaluate that, because that is not recovery. Okay, I know I don't want to get anyone mad at me, but this is the truth. I've had to look inside of myself, and let me tell you, guess what I did? About 6 months ago, hey Darlene, about 6 months ago, I had been on TikTok. All these people were talking about how marijuana helped them in their recovery, how it changed their life, and how it was helping them. And so I said, well, what the fuck, dude, I'm going to try it. If people can use medical marijuana in recovery, then I'm going to see if I can do it, right? And so I ordered some gummies, a bottle of gummies from my sister. My sister has a medical marijuana card. And so my sister got me a bottle of the gummies, and I took them, and they were great. I felt great. I took one, awesome. But what I found myself doing was I found myself taking them every single day. And it even got to the point where I was taking more than one at a time because I wanted to get fucking high. I wanted to be stoned. I wanted to feel that feel-good feeling. And so it became a problem really quickly. And so if you're in recovery, only you can decide this. If you're utilizing medical marijuana to get high and to stay stoned, is that conducive to your recovery? That is why I don't use medical marijuana, because I was taking it and I was kept on taking more, and it was becoming a problem. It was hindering me because I was staying stoned. I was on my couch. I didn't want to get up and make videos. I didn't want to be creative. I didn't want to do groups. I was stoned. And don't get me wrong, I went live a bunch of times and I was laughing and all kinds of stuff. But I was laughing the whole time. Why is alcohol withdrawal dangerous and opioids is not? Because alcohol withdrawal, when coming off of alcohol, you guys, it is so fucking dangerous that you can die from it. You can have seizures. You can go into hallucinations. They have these things called delirium tremens, and your whole body is shaking. You're hallucinating. You're seizing. It is so dangerous, so dangerous. Alcohol is so potent to our bodies. And so if a person wants to come off of alcohol, they have to be medically supervised in a medical detox. Now, opiates are dangerous too, but they're not. You could have a seizure coming off of it, coming off anything really, if you got dehydrated or something bad happened, right? But it's more like your body feels like it's going to die with opiates, but with alcohol, it really can. And I think it's because alcohol affects a different part of our brains and different parts of our bodies than opiates do. You know what? Let's find out. Hold on just a second. I want to know exactly why alcohol is more dangerous. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let's find out exactly why. Because, everybody knows that, but let's find out why. What does it affect? Okay. Oh, I think it's because alcohol and benzos are both, alcohol and benzos. Why is alcohol so dangerous to detox from? Let's see what they say. Hey, Charlene. Okay. This is why, y'all listening? The sudden removal of alcohol can cause fatal arrhythmias where the heartbeat becomes so irregular that the heart fails. This complicated biological process is due to the fact that alcohol interferes with the balance of GABA, an inhibitory neurotransmitter, and glutamate, an excitatory neurotransmitter. Okay, so benzos and alcohol both affect your GABA, the GABA receptors, and that's why you can almost die from coming off alcohol and benzos. Okay, let's see this. So it's not just alcohol, because benzos do the same thing. Alcohol and benzos are the same kind of drug. They're both they both affect that same area of the brain. Why are benzos dangerous to detox from? Let's see what this says. Because it is associated with severe symptoms such as seizures, suicidal thoughts, or even death. Seizures affect as many as 30% of people undergoing withdrawals on their own. Hold on. I know Dr. B talks about alcohol and benzos on one of his videos, you guys, and he said it too, that alcohol and benzos affect the same area, and that's why they're both so dangerous to come off of, and you can die from them. Opiates don't affect your GABA receptors in your brain, and that's why you can't die from opiate withdrawal. Now, you could die from complications like dehydration or some kind of seizure, but not from just like regular withdrawal. Oh God, your friend died? Eating after quitting smoking weed? I stopped smoking when I got sober, Brenda. And it was the best thing I ever did, you guys. Best thing I ever did. Is my video about opiates doing really, or about Matt doing really good? Let me see. What do y'all want to talk about? I'm listening. I'm here. No, they're not even doing good. See, I hate that about fucking TikTok. It's like lately here, like my videos are not even getting out to anybody. Let me see. Does Suboxone work? Does methadone work? Does medication-assisted treatment work? Bottom line. So I see a lot of people talking about it, and I just uploaded a couple of one of my friends' videos here on TikTok, so that way you guys can watch them. The bottom line is medication-assisted treatment has a higher success rate than regular 12-step programs because it is actually full wraparound treatment. When a person is utilizing medication-assisted treatment, they're supposed to be getting therapy, group classes, some kind of counseling. Let's talk about kratom. Let's talk about medication-assisted treatment. Let's talk about... It's been so weird. It's like the craziest thing because like I probably get one comment on my videos today. It was so weird. I used to... Back in the day, I used to date this guy named LD. He was hella fucking abusive. One night I went to bed and I was high as hell on methadone and Xanax, and I didn't, you couldn't wake me up for nothing. You could shake me and I wouldn't have woke up, you guys. That's how fucked up I was. I probably could have died. Please don't try this at home. 111, what's your emergency? Yeah, I saw that, Brenda. I saw all that. I don't know if he was talking about me, though. Do you think he was? Here's the thing, you guys. Like, I'm not mad at anybody, but if you're gonna make videos about me, at least tag me in the video. Thanks, Kimmy. Like, don't make videos about me and not tag me. if you're going to talk shit, tag me. You know what I mean? So that way I can defend myself. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's bring Mel on here.
Vacation.
Hey,
Hey,
girl.
babes, how are you?
I was just like, let's bring you on here to talk about Kratom.
What's up?
Well, I wanted to I wanted to talk to you because I feel like a lot of people think that I don't support them, and it's not that I don't support Kratom, it's that I want people to be like completely educated on Kratom because, okay, just let me give you an example. I have two friends. They're both two different people. I have one friend who, when she got on Kratom, she had already been sober for 3 years. She did mad mad research on it. Found out like that she needed to do those tapers to make sure she didn't get a tolerance. She does these things where she like flushes her body. She takes it in like therapeutic doses. She just did all this research. Then I got another friend who got on Kratom coming off of Suboxone. And what happened to her was she transitioned onto Kratom, and then she found herself just taking copious amounts all the time. And she kind of got stuck on it and was like, oh no, what do I do? And so what I want people to do is I want them to know what they're doing, and I want them to have a solid foundation in recovery before getting on Kratom, so that way they don't find themselves just...
Yes, that's what's important, and that's what I try to teach these people, because if you just transition real quick, you're dependent on it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Come at me. Don't come at Nicole, because I'm saying it's coming out of my mouth. If you don't walk into it with the proper mindset, knowing that you want to stay clean, and keep clean, then it's not going to work for you. It's not, and you're going to fail multiple times, and then you're going to take more and more and more, and then you're going to blame us, and then you're going to blame the plant.
Yeah.
When you didn't do your step work. I mean, not everyone does step work, but whatever it takes for you to get better in your recovery first, in the right mindset. The mindset's important. Your mindset, your self-care, what you do, hydrating, eating every day, having exercise, energy. If you're taking your Kratom, what I've noticed, if you take your Kratom and you just sit down and not do anything, you're not going to have the motivation to get up and do anything. You have to keep going, because you're just in that mindset like, oh, I can sit on my booty and it's just going to magically do its job. You have to put in the effort too. If you don't put in the equal effort, it's not going to give you the same.
I agree. And so it's the same thing with medication assisted treatment. If you get on Suboxone and you're not in the mindset that you want to change your life and you want to stay sober, then what you will find yourself doing is you will find yourself overtaking your Suboxone, running out early, taking other drugs and relapsing. And I could say that about every single substance. The reason why I made the videos about Kratom was because I saw people making videos and kind of like trying to say things like, it's just trying to present it as something that it's not. Trying to present it like, hey, you
That's
can
the
take
problem.
Kratom and never have
That's
any issues.
Fight every day. That's the fight I fought for 6 years every day.
I think it's
and I've been here since Musically. See, let me tell you, I've never been on subs or anything. I've never taken hardcore drugs. I've taken it to get off the drinks and for my mental health and just to better my lifestyle, because I'm a holistic healer. So I only take 1/8 of a teaspoon every day. 1/8, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't go over. If the mint is lower, yes, I'm taking a higher dose, because people need to understand what the mint levels are and what they do and how they factor in. If you're not learning the scientific aspect of it, then your dosing is going to be off and you're going to take too much. And you're just like, oh, well, if I take more and more and more, I always go less is more. Less makes you feel better. More makes you feel worse. You get the wobbles, you get sick, you're not hydrating enough, you're not eating enough, and you'll lose weight drastically drop if you don't take care of yourself the proper way. Hence why self-care is important during this.
What is mint? Can you tell us what that is?
So the mint levels are the mitochondrias. it is what the active ingredient is in kratom. So your alkaloids, that's what you're looking for, is your alkaloids. The alkaloids are it's hitting 2 out of the 3 pain receptors. So if you have a mint of 2.0, which is really high, which is rare to find, which one of my vendors does have that, you're ultimately taking way less. If your mint is like 0.69, which you're finding at a smoke shop, you're going to drastically take 5 to 20 to maybe 30 grams a day. I've seen people take 50 grams a day because the mint is off. It's old kratom. It doesn't, if your kratom is sitting in your house for more than 3 months, it's old, it's crap. The mint will drop day by day if it's not in the right setting or anything like that. If too much heat got to it, people don't take that into factor because people don't really learn about that, and that's what I try to do.
I think it's important for people to get educated before they take kratom.
I'm a triple bio and chem major, so I look at the scientific aspects of it.
Hey Neil, where's Onyx at? Sorry. What I see a lot of people in the recovery community doing here on TikTok is they've gotten sober and they've been sober for a while, and they're hearing a lot of people talking about kratom, and so they just go and they start taking it, and they're getting it from smoke shops where they're putting it in the little capsules, and they don't even know what's in it. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If you're buying kratom from a smoke shop, you could be getting shit that's like laced with.
It could kill you. It could kill you. It could freaking kill you. And you know what? It's probably, I call it dead kratom. No one really uses that term. That's back in like the 70s, 80s. It's called dead kratom. It has no mint level. So now you're processing all this plant matter in your stomach. You're causing abdominal pain, nausea, sinus infections. You take those caps that you buy at a smoke shop, you get sinus infections. You wake up foggy. You wake up throwing up, nausea, and all that because it's crap. It's not real. You're not getting the chemical reaction from pure kratom. And if you're buying from these farmers from Indonesia, God knows, them are scammers. Half of them they will give you. So what's happening, I've noticed people are reaching out to me in my DMs. What's happening is that these farmers are giving them like a 30% off discount. They're giving you the good K, right? And then your next shipment, they're giving you the crap that's filled with all this stuff. And then they wait until your third shipment, and then they just don't ship to you anymore. They take your money and run because they're trying to hook you on the crap first so you can buy more. They're manipulating you. And because you're in recovery, you're like, I just want to feel better. I want to feel better. You entrust in these people, and that's, you got to do your research, folks. You really do. It's really important because it could be really detrimental if you don't. And that's why I'm sitting here advocating.
How do you know if they're a person has like, well, how do you know if their kratom is like good kratom? How do you know if it's safe?
You have to see, as a triple biochemist, I have all the testing gear here. I have all the so I test it. Someone can tell me they have a mint of 2.0. I won't believe it. They can send me some labbers. I won't believe it because I have the capability myself. No one rarely has the capability of me. I can test it and call bullshit on anyone that tries to send me some crap. But the important thing is you always ask your vendor for that month batch, that specific batch number, that specific month, and that specific lab. You search that lab and make sure that lab is an actual legal lab, and then you call that lab and make sure that they sent that specific batch number to them. If they did not, don't do it, folks. Don't waste your time.
Are they people who are selling it in the United States? Are they growing it here? Is that how they're able to sell it?
For me, I am growing it. I get plants sent from my vendor because I've built 6 years up with these people and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I find the purest stuff that doesn't, you know me, I don't mess with the crap. I don't, because I've done 2 smoke shops before. I was down for the count. I nearly landed in the hospital. I am 82 pounds. I nearly landed in the hospital. I couldn't get up. If I sat up, I was puking. And if I sat up, I was shaking. I felt like I was going through a withdrawal. It was crazy. And I'm like, I've never experienced this before. And it was crap. And I said, never again. And that was like 6 years ago when I was starting out, and you see it in a smoke shop. So you pick it up. I'm a
Yeah.
herbal. So I was like, let's try it. But then I learned from that, nearly taking me out. Do your research.
How do
Do your
people that
research.
are how do people that are new to kratom though? How can they be guaranteed that they're buying safe products? Is there like I know there's that
AK,
website, the American Kratom Association.
yeah.
Okay.
But you still have to check
Because
that batch number,
this is why I
check
worry.
that lab.
I worry because then there's places that are selling kratom and they're telling you their kratom is the best or that their kratom is good, but of
You know
course they're
why?
going to tell you that because they're making money off of you buying it from them. So how can we know so that way people who are utilizing it can stay safe? That's always my concern for people that are in recovery that are using substances like kratom or even medical marijuana is that I want you to be safe. With medical marijuana, I know you can go to a dispensary and you have a prescription and you can get medical marijuana, but that's not like that right now for kratom. So that is why I get concerned for my people that are utilizing kratom because I don't want them to I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want anybody to take something and it make them relapse on heroin because they were getting a sensation and it was doing this or whatever.
That's why I'm so adamant, and that's why I'm so aggressive, and people take it the wrong way when I come at the science end of it and they're like, oh, you're just being like like no one gives a shit about this. You should though, because you could ultimately hurt yourself if you don't have the proper education, and then you come back and blame us like it's our fault. And that's what breaks me, because then I'm on that gray area, like, is it my fault or is it their fault? Like, it's no one's fault. It's just, you got to do research. If you really care about your recovery and you're really trying to recover and you're using it as like a help aid, do your research.
Right.
Girl, I have people in my DMs that are left and right, like, oh, I'll give you, $5 if you send me this or whatever. I am not a dealer. I'm holistics. I'm here to help you. If you're still you're not. This does not have the dragon, as what I've heard. The dragon, the white, red, whatever dragon it's called. You're not going to get it from kratom. The only time you're going to get that dragon sense is if you have adulterated kratom.
That's what I hear a lot of people say. Like, what is adulterated kratom? What is this kratom that people are
okay, so big corporate, like OPMS. Hate to throw that out there. Hate to do it because people come at me for it, but it is true. So because we're not FDA guideline approved yet, we don't have to necessarily tell you what the hell we put in our kratom.
You see why I worry about my kratom people now? Because you guys, people could be spraying.
It's scary.
That is getting you high.
Yes.
No rules, no laws.
They pay $20,000 to $30,000 a batch for addictive additives, fillers, all of that, to get you hooked, to make that money and bring you back. They're there for the dollars. Those smoke shops are there for the dollars.
Yeah.
Everything I do is I break even or I'm in the fucking hole, because everything I do is natural and I get the purest of purest for all of you guys. That's what I do.
If kratom got FDA approved, that would be great though, because then they could make sure that it was pure kratom and that people were safe. Don't you think that would be good? If it was
That's
legalized,
what we're trying to do. That's the goal. That's
so that way it can be.
We would shut down these big corporations.
Yeah.
And you know what? I would be under FDA approved guidelines because I have all the testing at home right here. I've paid over $10,000 for my testing at home. And people still choose to go to a smoke shop over to come to me. And then they cry to me, oh, this smoke shop thing has done this, and I have to help them out. And it's not I have to. I do, because I fucking give a shit.
Do you have your own business, kratom business?
Oh, yeah, for 6 years. My extract business.
Okay.
I make everything from scratch. Everything's all natural. I only use CA. I don't, citric acid, which is an organic preservative, one organic preservative. I don't use the benzosodiate, which is in half our food, which is killing you guys. Read half the crap that you have in the ingredients. You'll see sodium benzoate. That's killing you. That's a chemical compound. That's inorganic preservatives.
What is
Mine
that?
is organic.
What does it do?
I use lemons. I use pure kratom, lemons, and CA. That's it, folks. That's it.
Well, then,
It's
see
as
what I'm
pure
saying?
as it's gonna get.
That's why I say what I say to people when I'm talking about kratom. I'm never saying it because I don't support your recovery or I don't think you're in recovery. That is not why I tell people to be careful. I tell people to be careful because exactly what we're talking about here, and also because I know a lot of new people in recovery who, okay, to me, a person newly in recovery, they have no self control, and so how can you?
You need self-control. You need to understand. If you don't walk into it with self-control, you're walking in basically neglecting yourself.
And you're going to be
setting yourself up for failure. Because if I take this, it's going to be like this. That's not how this works, folks. It doesn't, that's not, I mean, is that how Suboxone works? Is that how method, you just take some of it and it just, you're good?
You take the same amount of Suboxone every day, and that's what you take, your prescribed amount. And that's why I think that, but this is what I'm telling people with kratom, because it's not like prescribed to you and you don't have like a set amount. What I see people doing is climbing that mountain, and they don't ever learn about the tolerance thing that what my friend does. The reset.
The more you climb, the least success you're giving yourself. Less is more. When I tell you less is more, I mean it. It's serious. It really is. I mean, it's great. I mean, I've had people come up to me telling me they're taking 60 caps a day.
Yeah, I know.
And I respond back, "What are you chasing?" They say, "Excuse me? I'm being honest. What are you chasing?"
Right. That's what that is.
And it's not me being mean. It's just I know my plant and I know its capabilities and what it does. And clearly you haven't done your education. I mean, I sent this woman an extract and a couple of tea bags. She finished that within 24 to 48 hours.
And that should
That's impossible. That's impossible. Yeah.
And so, okay,
she's like, I don't feel anything. I'm like,
some people will tell me, oh, well, if you take too much, it'll just make you sick. What about these people that are taking like 60, 90 grams? It's not making them sick. They're like taking a whole bunch of it because they're like getting some kind of,
your liver.
I guess they get some kind of opiate-like feeling from it. And it's like, I guess, I don't know. I've never overtaken.
You know what it is? Let me explain to you. For someone that never had, I think I can explain. I don't know if I'm going to explain this right, so no one at me. It's just a little bit of a theory I've had. So I've in the beginning of taking too much in the early 6 years ago, okay.
Yeah.
I felt that little thing, but I'm like, I feel like once you feel that little thing, people are like, oh, if I just take more, it will get me to where I need to be. No, it's just gonna get worse. Once you get to that level, that's it. It stops.
Mm-hmm.
You don't rise anymore. You don't rise. It hits it, and that's it. Because it only hits 2 out of the 3 pain receptors. You're not going to get that 3rd pain receptor that you're chasing for. Hence why you're taking too much. Then you got to check for your liver. If you're taking the plant matter alone, toss and wash every day, you should check your liver and your kidneys every 3 months. I check my liver and my kidneys every 6 months because I don't take plant matter every day. I have like 4 or 5 days. When I need it, I take it. If I don't need it, I don't take it. Don't take it if you don't need it. If you're okay, then why do you need to take it? Because that means you're not chasing something.
What does it do when that plant matter is like building up in your stomach? Like, how does your stomach, like, how do you digest it?
I'm gonna explain the plant. Okay, I'm gonna explain that. So when you take caps, if you're buying your own caps, if they're not vegan, that's gonna screw up your pH level in your stomach already. If you're making your own caps, you get the vegan caps, you start with 00. If you're taking a 0, you're gonna need more. 00, you'd need less. So that's why I go with the 00. You can get it on bulksupplements.com. Get the vegan kind. But if you're taking caps every day or plant matter every day, your body, it's a diuretic. Your stomach's not going to be able to digest that. that activates in your large and small intestines, not your stomach. So when it goes over there into your large and small intestines, you don't have that acid to break it down. So you're going to cause yourself abdominal pain. You're going to cause yourself cramping. You're going to cause yourself constipation. You're going to cause yourself a lot of health issues. And then they come back and blame all of us. Well, I have all these health issues now. You should know that it's a diuretic. You should, when you take kratom, you should be taking okay, so I weigh 80 pounds. So
yeah, how
I need
much
to
is a
take
normal
half
dose?
my
A
water weight.
therapeutic dose of kratom. How much is a therapeutic dose?
1 to 2 grams starting off.
Okay.
You should start off with a half a teaspoon if you are doing plant matter strictly, every 30 minutes until you feel okay. And then you add that up, and then that would be your dosing for the day. It should last you, for someone that's on opiates or Suboxone or methadone, it should last you 6 to 8 hours. For me, it lasts me 18 hours for 1/8 of a teaspoon. But I'm different because I'm using it for the alcohol cravings, my mental health, my, everything else, and my pain management. I'm sure if I was on opiates or addicted, I would have a little bit of a higher dosing than that. But like I say, don't judge someone's dose. If someone's taking less than you, don't feel bad. It means that your journey is different than someone else's, and that's okay. And that's okay. And everyone's dose should be accepted. But if you're chasing something and taking more and more, and you're taking 100 grams, 200 grams a day, then that's where I'm like, you're crossing the line. You've crossed the line.
Right. Okay, so that's what I just want to make sure, because I know a lot of people in here that are using it. Because
and if your MIT, if your MIT is a 2.0, which is rare to find, but one of my vendors does have it, and I've tested it because I didn't believe it. I have not seen a 2.0 MIT ever until a couple weeks ago. I'm shocked. If your MIT is a 2.0, you're going to take less. If your MIT is 0.69, you're going to have to take more, because that MIT level is what's going to activate the 2 pain receptors.
Somebody has
that MIT level is important to check.
This one girl wants to know, she says, is it safe if it says 100% mitragina speciosa?
That's the scientific name of kratom.
So basically, see what I'm saying? You guys do not need to be buying this stuff from the shops in your towns. If you're buying it from a smoke shop, you're throwing away your 40.
They put 100% to fool you. That's just that is the.
It can't be 100%, right? I mean, it can be, but it can't just be made out of that one thing, right? Doesn't it have other stuff in it?
Yeah, it can, but you know what? They don't have to write it on there because we're not FDA approved. If they sprayed it or laced it, as they say,
100 is just trying to make them think it's extra potent or something, right?
Yes, because people don't understand the scientific name. That name she gave you, that's just saying 100% kratom. That's it.
Okay.
That's all. They're trying to manipulate you because it's all for the money. And this is what I'm saying. It's crazy.
It's the wild west with kratom, because there's no guidelines over it. And that's why people,
and it's scary.
People took my video out of context, and it really hurt my feelings, because I really liked Miss Steez. I followed her, and I was sending so many people to her.
What happened with that?
And she made a video about me. I guess I didn't see it because I was talking about, hey, let's not act like kratom can't cause dependency, because this guy
can though.
I know.
I don't sugarcoat it. It's transparency. It's important. There's pros and there's cons to everything you take in your system. I don't give a fuck. Don't try to sugarcoat it. I'm sorry, honey. I don't do that over here. I've been here for 6 years, 7 years on this app. I don't sugarcoat shit. You're right. You can form a dependency if you do it the wrong way. If you're in the wrong mental mentality, it's not going to work for you the right way.
Yeah.
And we need to teach these people this.
That's all I was trying to do, is teach people that if you're going to utilize something like kratom, then you need to make sure that you have gone to therapy and you got your addiction in check, and that you're You know what I mean?
Yes, you're right. You're right, Nicole.
You're
You're
no longer
fucking right.
chasing a high. You're doing it
Yes.
for a therapeutic value. And so when I said that, I made the video saying, "Hey, let's not act like it doesn't cause withdrawal, because I have kids that are entering into 30-day residential treatment programs because of their
There
addiction
are.
to kratom."
There are.
You know?
And let me tell you, 90% of those people don't realize that they had laced stuff. And
It
it's
hurt
because
my
the
heart.
uneducated.
Because now I'll refer people to you, because I was literally sending people to her account like, "Hey,
Everyone was sending, everyone, even April was sending her, and Jay too. And I got thrown underneath the bus like I didn't fucking matter.
I didn't know you took
I
kratom."
never. No, I did. No, I told you. There was way back. Like, I was under another username way back. So you probably didn't realize. But, like, I kind of backed off because I was like, I remember you were on live and you showed me. You're like, oh, yeah, I have this just in case if I want to go. I was like, I got you, girl. I got you. I remember that live. But, like, I've gotten more comfortable and I've entered your lives more because I was like, okay, she's getting it. And she's teaching that both sides. We're not just sugarcoating this. I don't like to sugarcoat it. It can cause dependency. If you do it the wrong way, yes.
That's what you have to do when you're trying to educate people. That's why I talk about Suboxone, and I tell people, you have to taper. You cannot get on Suboxone and then say, "Fuck this shit, I'm not taking it anymore," and jump off cold turkey. And
can't do that. No.
When you go to the doctor, you have to be ready and willing to change your life. If you don't want to be sober and you get on Suboxone, then you're going to be lying to your doctor. You're going to be abusing other drugs. You're going to be overtaking your medication. And that's what I try to share, all sides of it. And people get mad at me because I'm not bashing on kratom. I'm not bashing on medical marijuana. I'm not
People
bashing
think
on
I'm
MAT.
bashing on it too because they're seeing the pretty and I'm giving both ends. And then I went on this whole rant that it's not just for recovery.
If you
and
want
people
to
are like, oh, I don't want to take this plant because it's all recovery only. No, sweetheart.
If you want to be taken seriously and you're actually trying to help people, you have to share all sides of the coin. If you want people to trust you and to listen to what you're saying, you have to share with them the good and the bad sides, because everything has good and bad sides. I love Suboxone. It saved my life. But there are bad things about Suboxone that people need to know. Yes, it has a long half-life. It's more difficult to get off of because you have to taper to get off of it. You can't just jump off of it. That's the truth.
And I learned all that.
You know?
I learned from you, if you take a quarter of Suboxone, you can get high off of it. I had no idea, and now I understand, because my husband would tell me, because he was in recovery. I mean, he's still in his active addiction. I'm trying every day with him, and but he's worked he went to, I don't know if you guys have Phoenix House over there.
Yeah, we do.
But he's done Phoenix House or whatever. But there are people in Phoenix House that were like, yeah, I would take a quarter of it and buy it off the people that were on Suboxone in there to get high. And I'm like, wow. And then I started seeing it. I'm like, wow.
When you have
you have to respect it.
When you have no bupe in your system, and you take a little quarter of it, it will mess you up. But if you take it every single day as prescribed, you'll be fine. And that's what people do who are trying to abuse it. They divert it by not taking it every day. They'll take it on a Monday, then they'll skip like 4 days in between, and then they'll take it, and it's reintroducing the bupe into your system, and that's why you get that euphoria. That's why you have to take it every day as prescribed. That's the way it's meant to work. That's why it helps people.
Exactly.
It produce that high,
and I learned that from you, and I learned that understanding.
Can I ask you something about, so your husband is struggling with his addiction. My husband struggled last year. He relapsed, and I was completely honest about it here on my TikTok, and I shared it to help.
Oh, everyone knows. He drinks 48 beers and 2 liquor bottles a night. Everyone knows on my page. Well, and I got to sit there and watch him do it.
People that I thought were my friends started making videos about me here on TikTok saying that I should have left my husband. I was enabling him. I'm real talk relapse is what they're calling me. And it's like, okay, so I'm supposed to divorce my husband because he's struggling with addiction? Like, how does that make any
No.
sense?
That's wrong. No. That's wrong. You stand by it and you try to work through it as best as you can. You love that man. I love my man. Like, there are people on this app telling me left and right, just leave him. There are people telling me they'll bring me to Colorado, they'll bring me out as no, that's not it, because who else is going to help save him? Who else is going to do it?
You're supposed to be there to encourage him.
Because if you leave, he's going to get worse. You are the only light he has. And that's important. And that's what keeps you stable, because I feel like people want to see that failure because they know they can't do it themselves for their loved ones.
Right.
And that's where you're the change, and that's where I'm going to be the change. And that's okay, and we're going to get backlash. But you stand tall, girl. You stand tall every day. I've seen it. I've seen people that me and you personally talked to that flipped up on you, and I didn't say a damn word. I said, I still love Nicole.
Straight flipped on me. And it's just
because
I've
seen people in your private chat that has left you talk to me about it. I'm like, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, why are you still following her?
It's really, it's discouraging because
none of your business. It's not my energy to take on, honey. You're not my energy. That's your issue. That's your problem. That's not my energy.
It's hurtful because all I try to do is help people. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I got
people. Don't give up on him. They need you right now. Yes, they do. They do. They need us, because who else is going to help them? They're in their addiction. They're in their low point of life. And if you're a little bit of light, that's more important than dimming that whole light away from them, because you don't know where they're going to end up after that if you were to leave or something. And then you're going to feel that guilt and that pain. Then you're going to have to go through that. And even though you may not think it's not your fault, but you're going to have that guilt. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it.
Does it trigger you that your husband is active, or does it not?
None anymore, because I was a 2 tall boy a day drinker at night after work. So mine wasn't I preach prevention over destruction over here, but it was every night. It was a problem. It was, maybe I should skip a night. Nah. So that's starting an addiction mentality, right? So I stopped it beforehand. You don't need to have that entire, I'm trying to teach people on my end, you don't need to have that entire fall in order to realize that you have a problem. It's okay to save yourself before that fall.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he'll have me, babe, bring me a beer. I have to bring him that beer, crack it open for him, and sit it down or pour it in a cup for him. Yeah, sometimes it's triggering, but you know what? The other times that it's not, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't say like I'm a better person, but I'm saying, wow, I caught myself. Wow, I processed what I needed to go through to get to where I am. And he's hurting. And he's not able to process. And I've sat down, like, we've had pretty bad fights the past few days, and we really sat down, and he's going to go to therapy for himself. He goes, babe, you need to go to therapy. I said, I went 17 years of therapy. I did my shit. This is you. This is a you problem. This isn't a me. I overcame my stuff, but I'm telling you, I'm here for you. Let's work and do what's best to try to get you better.
Okay, so let me tell you. So when my husband's on it, he doesn't really drink alcohol. Neither one of us really drink. I was an alcoholic when I was younger, but then I changed into drugs. When Neil had relapsed, he relapsed on Xanax, and at first it really bothered me because I loved Xanax, but I had like a whole family of I had my sponsor. I had all my sober support system on TikTok. I was talking about it. I was being honest about it.
He don't have that.
And my husband
scared to do that.
So I was letting everybody know. I was talking, that's what helped me to not want to use too, because I had support. You know what I mean? And so
if it wasn't for all John here, I would have been halfway down the aisle with him. You know what I mean? But he doesn't have that on here. He's alone. He doesn't have family, you know? So I get it. So you got to be a little bit forgiving there. You really got to be a little bit forgiving there.
when people are struggling with addiction, it doesn't make them bad people. It doesn't mean that they don't care. It means that something's going on in their life that they're
They're hurting.
trying to put a
They're
band-aid on
breaking.
something, you know? And that's what my husband was doing. He was struggling at his job. He's a really hard worker, and they took advantage of him, and he was struggling internally and at his job. And so he was acting out with Xanax, taking pills and stuff. But for me as an addict too, what I was doing, I was fucking up. At the beginning of this all happening, it was last year, I was calling into his job for him. I was taking away the credit and the debit cards. I was taking his truck for him, and I was helping him to not hit rock bottom. I was saving him from himself. Well, I realized that about halfway in, about 3 months into his relapse, I realized, and I stopped. I stopped calling in for him. I stopped taking his car. I stopped taking his cards. And
that's what I stopped doing a
he
couple
lost
days
his
ago.
job, and that was the wake-up call that he had to have to make the change to getting sober. I was unintentionally enabling him from hitting rock bottom because I thought I was saving him.
That's what I think I was doing too.
I thought I was protecting him from himself. I was like, I've got to save him. I've got to save him. I've got to control the situation. And the moment I stopped trying to save and control was the minute he hit, bounced off the rock bottom, went back down, and then woke up. And he was like, oh my God, I got to do something. I'm ruining my life. And I was like, oh my God, he's figured it out. He's woke up from the fucking fog of Xanax, and that's when he got sober.
Yep.
I had to stop, man.
And I think 3 days ago when we got in that I said, something's got to give. I can't live like this. I can't breathe anymore. I can't. If you won't do this for yourself, you don't even have to do it for yourself. You don't even have to do it for me. Do it for your kid. Do it for your fucking kid.
Yeah.
So he wants to go into therapy now, and he, the typical narcissist, oh, well, you gotta do it too. It's not just me, blah, blah. You know what I mean? No. I've done my work. I'm here. I have my support system on here. You need to do that work with yourself. I'll support you. I'll be there for you, but something's got to give because I can't live like this anymore. It's not fair to me, and it's not fair to himself, and it's not fair to our daughter.
Right.
Because I'm watching him. Girl, private message, I will send you some stuff about him that you will search and be mind blown. So you'll understand once you see what I send you why he's where he's at. Is that valid? Is that not validation? Is that right? No, but it gives you an understanding of why he's where he's at right now.
Right. Well, I think that getting into therapy is a great step in the right direction, because then he'll have like another man that he can talk to about the way he's feeling, and like maybe that will help him to realize that, like drinking isn't going to make him feel better. Like I think a lot of people think that, drinking or using drugs it's giving them relief, but what it does is it gives you a relief for a short time, and then all those feelings come back, and then you're not dealing with them. And so I was the same way. I put everything off to not deal with it so I could get high.
Yeah, he's not processing anything. And I think instead of just throwing him in another fourth, fifth, whatever recovery thing or Phoenix House or rehab, I think the therapy is a step to have him realize, and then he goes to that, and then he can work it the right way. Because he needs someone there to nip at him. That's not me. That's not a Phoenix House or an AA meeting. Because when you go in there and you're already fuck this, and then you hear someone tell you that you're like, fuck this even more,
Right.
But you go into therapy. It's not going into therapy for recovery. It's going into therapy to work on yourself from the inside out. And that's going to give you a better perspective on life.
I'm so glad that, listen, I'll let you get off here, but I really am glad that I brought you on here. From now on, if I have people that ask about, Kratom, I'll send them over to you. Like I said, I was sending them to Miss Dees because I trusted her, and I felt like, I could send people to her. But like I said, if people take what I say out of context, I support you 100%. I just want you to be safe. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't care what you do to get to where you're going.
We promote safety. We promote safety. It's my page is strictly, and you see on my, I'm not all about my story or anything. My story doesn't matter. Your story doesn't matter with Kratom. That's how I say, come at me all you want. That's totally fine. Come at me. But I think the important factor of Kratom is the science, the information, and educating people, and keeping you safe. Most of all, keeping you safe. Your recovery, none of that matters. It's all about safety, educating, and scientific facts. And as long as you have that to back you up over opinion, that's more protecting you than anything else. Opinion does not matter on my side. It's the scientific facts. And no one comes to me. No one comes to me for that.
All right. I'll text me or message me so I can have your phone.
I will. Don't you worry. I love you. I've always supported you. I've been on the back burner for you since a very long time. I'm always on the back burner for a lot of people. I just, it is what it is.
I appreciate your support. I really do. I really do. All right.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
See you soon. Bye.
Yay. Oh, I'm so glad I saw that she was live, you guys. So there, that's some education for my people who are utilizing Kratom. That's all I'm trying to do, you guys. I want you guys to be safe. I don't want anyone to get hurt or hurt themselves or, any of that stuff. Let's go wash my face. Okay. Did I see Mackenzie got blocked? What happened, Mackenzie? Did you get blocked in here, honey? I don't think anybody would block you in here. Everybody knows you here. And do you guys have any questions for me? That was very educational, y'all. Oh, her handle is Mel's Mystic Corner, I think. Kratom is a herb. It's an herb that's in the coffee family, and it is used for pain relief, and it helps people get off the opiates and stuff like that. Here? He didn't get muted here. Oh, well, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. I'm sure it was an accident if somebody muted in here. That was good information, though. That's what we need to do. We need to spread education. If we're going to do something, we have to share the whole story of it. You know what I mean? You just can't share half of it. I don't know, Darlene. I don't know. I really don't know why I don't know. I just know that I was sending people to her account, and one day I went to send somebody over there, and I went to go look at it, and it said it showed her, didn't show her account. And so that's how I figured it out, that I was blocked. So I don't understand it, honestly. It's because people think when you're sharing this truth that you are not supporting them. Just because I want to educate people on all aspects doesn't mean I don't support your recovery with Kratom. It means that it's important to share everything. And see, Mel is educated when it comes to Kratom, and she understands exactly where I'm coming from. My whole purpose with you guys is for you to be safe. I want you to be safe. I don't want anything. Did we do this last night? Did I do this last night? Who was with me last night? I can't remember if I did. Mel's Mystic Corner, I think that's what it is. I did? Okay. Thank you, Luna. Thank you. Oh, I didn't? I did it the night before, didn't I? I did it the night before, so we'll skip it tonight, and then I'll do it tomorrow night, because we don't want to do it too much, because that stuff's strong. But that's all I'm trying to do, you guys. I don't want you guys to get hurt. I don't want you guys to take something and become addicted, and then, then be like, Nicole, you said it was safe. And then I'm going to be like, damn, what happened? You know what I mean? My intentions are always to protect you guys, okay? So I hope you guys understand that. I hope people understand that I'm coming from a place of care and concern. Oh, I'm all out. I never want to hurt anyone. I just want you guys to be healthy and safe. Okay, this is vitamin C serum from Tarte. It's almost completely gone. What, Luna? You thought I was cool or you thought I wasn't cool? What? Yeah. I mean, people are so crazy. Like, people want to start a fight all the time here on TikTok. Like, I mind my business, y'all. I don't bother nobody. And people want to start fights here on, and it sucks because all I'm trying to do is help people. That's all. If you have been here, hey Dee, what's up? Delilla, what's up, girl? If you've been here with me for a while, you know that my sole purpose is to help addicts. I'm never ever trying to start nothing with nobody. I work really hard on my content to help people. So I just want people to stop spreading misinformation about me. You know what I mean? Stop acting like I'm some kind of fucking horrible person. I'm literally over here trying to help people. You know? What's up, Romy? Good night. Good night, honey. What's up? Anything you want to know, you can ask me. I'm an open book. Boop. Hey, Millie. What's up, honey? Welcome. All questions are welcome. I love answering questions. Okay? Okay, now let's get some of this oil. This oil is great, you guys. It's a CBD oil for your face. Super moisturizing. Okay. First time here. Hey, welcome. Oh, this is a moisturizer from Welleda Skin Food. The light cream moisturizer, and then CBD from Herbivore CBD oil for your face. Depression after getting sober. Oh, mercy. Yes. So you guys have to understand something, okay? When you're getting sober, your brain is fighting to get back to homeostasis, okay? Hey, Polly. You did a video the other day on Tiana, and I'm struggling so bad right now with it. Yes, it has horrible withdrawals, honey. Horrible withdrawals. Have you thought about like going into rehab or trying to get on medication assisted treatment like Suboxone or Vivitrol or Sublocade? That can help you, or you could utilize Kratom. The only reason I don't ever tell people to go utilize Kratom is because a lot of you guys are in active addiction, and to go on to Kratom, a lot of you guys don't have the self-control to go on to Kratom and take it responsibly. And so that's why I recommend you going to the doctor and getting on MAT or going through a detox program. You know what I mean? Millie, I totally understand. I've been there, done that. Clonidine last month. The first morning I woke up, I felt really confused. I didn't even notice the difference until I quit taking it. Yes, girl. So have you quit taking it now, or are you still taking it? Klonopin is a benzodiazepine, and it should only be used short term. It should only be used as needed for panic, for anxiety. But what happened is a lot of doctors prescribed it long term, and people get on it, and then they go to taper off of it, and it's horrible. You quit taking it. Are you okay now? Because it can really, really cause you some problems when you quit taking it cold turkey. This is my new lip gloss, Arkansas. Klonopin. It's called, the color's called Cashew. Do you like it? How are you doing since you quit taking it? Because, like I said, cold turkey, you go through withdrawal. You need to taper off of Klonopin, okay? Are you okay? What are you guys watching? Daddy? Something? I love it too. Hey Ashlyn, you live in Arkansas? Me too, girl. Always taper when coming off of benzos, okay? What you terrified about, Coco? I gotta put my... Yeah, so it should only be used as needed. Sorry, my boobies are sweating. Y'all already know the deal. Fatal and HBO. What are you talking about, girl? I'm sweating. I've been on here for a long time, y'all. How long? 3 hours or so? Too long. We've been on here too long tonight. Just chit-chatting. Chit-chatting about recovery, baby. But yeah, anyways. My neck, my back, my neck, and my back. We have a good time when we go live, don't we, guys? We be having a good time.
Good evening, TikTok family. As I'm sitting here looking over some of these TikToks, I've realized that I have never even tried to get into a 12-step program. So what I'm asking is there somebody out there that would be able to help me to acquire an NA book? And is there anybody out there that would want to hold me accountable and help me get through the 12-step program?
Oh, that's awesome. A bunch of people tag me in videos, and I try to go back and watch all of y'all's videos. Just so you know, if you tag me in a video, Dr. B goes live every Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Oh, Mama, I stopped taking Saxenda, but I've actually lost quite a bit of weight because I'm on a new program where I do, it's called Truvy. Truvy is what I do now, and it has helped me so much.
Okay, part 2. Does Matt...
But the side effects from Saxenda were horrible. Horrible. I couldn't take it. For about a week or two, I was sick as a dog. But then I got used to it. And I went up to like the highest dose, whatever it was, the 3, I think. And it was hard. It was hard on me, but I made it. I lost 20 pounds in a month from taking that shit. But I honestly think the reason I lost so much weight is because it was making me piss and shit so much. It was horrible. Yes, I love Dr. B. He's amazing. How has Truvy helped? It helped with my appetite. It helped with my energy levels. Everything. It helped me a lot. Yes, Mama. It made me very nauseous also. And I couldn't eat, and that's why I was losing weight on it, because it made me so sick I couldn't eat. And so that's why I think a lot of people do well on it at the beginning. But it does work, because what it does is it affects the certain part of your brain that gets hungry, and it helps you not eat. This girl can't even say whole. So this girl says, keep putting your whole life story. Honey, you spelled whole wrong. Yeah, this helps with energy a lot. That's what I was saying. I was saying, if you're going to talk shit about me, at least tag me so I can defend myself. Awesome. You know what I mean? Come on now. Dr. B only works with people in California. Sorry, I'm typing. Somebody asked, sorry, I was saying that out loud. So I think we've been on here long enough, haven't we, guys? What do y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to talk about? Darlene, did you order the ketones? Are you sleeping?
Not all the way.
Okay. I love you. Truvy, Truvy-Boost. Truvy-Boost. Here, I'll show you. I told y'all about that damn ketones. I told y'all about that. I told y'all they wouldn't work. Is this a bowl? Is this bowl dirty?
Yeah.
What's this?
Right.
Okay. That's your drink? Okay. There we go. It is like, honestly, it's not too expensive. If you don't get the refills of them, it's like $100 and something a month, but I get the refills. So I pay $89 a month for it. Okay. Now I will tell you this, if you are like on the sub program, it has a stimulant in it called Octadrene, and so it can make you test positive for a stimulant, so you need to be careful. Talk to your doctor about it and make sure that they're okay with you taking it. That's what I had to do, or I'm gonna have to do, because I haven't even seen my doctor yet about it. So yeah, make sure you ask them first before you take it. I'll take it for the rest of my life, Blunts, if I have to. I'm serious. I need some popcorn. I'm gonna go get some popcorn. Sound good? No, I don't sell it. No, I don't sell it. I got no dog in this fight. My friend Ashley sells it on her TikTok. Ashley is Trashly Anonymous. Okay. It's hot. I'm still hot, y'all. Okay, let me get some popcorn. that's a big fly. Damn, I need to kill that fly. Oh, it's like 100 degrees or something. What's wrong, Matthew? What's wrong? Why are you upset? Or what's going on? Oh, I know what I'll do. Should I have that or should I have yogurt? I think I'm gonna have yogurt. Yeah. This is my favorite yogurt. People get so bent out of shape about me. That one guy, Sean, I don't even know why he came on here tonight. Okay. Where's Lake Havasu? Is that in New York or something? Sounds like it. Hey Morgan, what's up? Just chilling. Making some yogurt with strawberries. My favorite. Yeah, this is literally my favorite snack. Oh, Arizona. My bad. I heard him talking tough. I could hear it in his tone. Something, 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 then a bullet to his dome. These stinking songs on TikTok. Y'all, I love you guys. Y'all don't have to struggle. We're all in here to help you, okay? So don't feel bad. You're not alone. Here in Arkansas, here in Real Talk Recovery, you got a family of support here. And that's what you got to do. You got to get plugged in, okay? So if you're struggling, let me tell you what you do. If you're struggling with active addiction, okay, you find you a crew of people that you can relate to and you get fucking plugged in, all right? Best thing you'll ever do. Gross, sorry. And once you get plugged into that group of people, then you start just coming and hanging out with us and doing recovery with us, okay? It's hard. It's hard. Hey, Nicole, I'm working. Girl, I'm telling you something right now. Medicaid, finding somebody in-person treatment in New York with Medicaid, I'm not very good at it. I'm trying, though. I'll message you after this. Hey, did any of you guys know a place that takes Medicaid insurance in New York that can help Nicole? Are you okay, Nicole? How are you feeling today? Are you all right? Even if you're not sober, groovy butt. Okay? Even if you're not sober, you can hang out with us. We ain't gonna shun you. Y'all, do you not know that I used to be fucking fucked up all the time? So I'm not gonna never judge you. Okay, Queen of my Kings, will you help me with that? Nina, please. Nina's coming on to tell her story next week, y'all. Queen of my Kings, that's in the comment section right now. Y'all better be ready. Who needs help that's in Indiana? Casey? Is that you? Yay, Nicole, that's awesome. Good job, girl. What you nervous for? You ain't gotta be nervous, girl. You're gonna be doing great. You are gonna do just fine. You know I'll keep asking you questions so you won't have no problems, okay? What did you guys think about Renee's interview last night? She was gonna come on tonight, but somebody couldn't make it last night, so I brought her on last night. What did y'all think? Did y'all love that? I hope you guys see how much hard work and dedication I put in to making sure I bring you guys content. I hope y'all notice that. Can I get a thank you, Nicole? Can I get an amen at least? It's okay. The reason you feel out of place, Groovy, is because you know that you need to be sober, baby. That's all. Just playing. I love y'all. We're gonna have a good time. We got a bunch of speakers for next week. Okay, so we'll be busy doing recovery. Next week we got a bunch of people coming on. One for every day of the week almost. Hey, Jin, what's up, girl? What's your partner need help for? They need to get on Suboxone too, or no? Thanks, Ashley. Thank you, guys. I'm grateful that y'all like to talk to me. Oh, okay. Love you, Darlene. Darlene, we got to schedule your Zoom, girl. We just hadn't had time to do it, have we? Yes, this is my mission. Y'all are my people. Skunked. Are you serious? Jules, you got 3 days sober? Holy shit. I'm fucking proud of you. I am so proud of you, baby. You're doing such a good job. Why don't y'all tell me how long y'all been sober? Let me see. Those of you guys that are sober, let me see how long y'all been sober. Out of the entire recovery process, how many times did I relapse? Hey, Axel! Damn, 19 years, that's a long time. 115 days, 3 years, great job, you guys. 90 days, hell yeah. 1 year almost, good job. 5 months, hell yeah. 39 days, baby. Do y'all see all the hope in these comments right now? Do y'all see all these people that are commenting that they've been able to get sober? You want to know how many times I relapsed? I started trying to get sober. The first time I ever went to rehab is when we'll start the time. So I went to rehab for the first time back in 2004. Real talk, I probably relapsed over 20 times trying to get sober. And I finally got sober in 2015. Adlin, good job. Hey, that's okay, AC Gray. I'm on it. I'm on MAT, and I might stay on it for the rest of my life too. Let's normalize MAT. Hey, Sherry, it's Mel's Mystic Corner, I'm pretty sure. Hey guys, can somebody go to Mel's page and find out her app? Thank you. I'm proud of you guys too. It is okay to be on MAT, y'all. There's nothing wrong with it. Medication assisted treatment. Methadone, Suboxone, Sublocade, Vivitrol. Good, good, AC. Good job, Queen of my Kings. Good job, Nina. Hold on, guys. I don't know if I can look it up while I'm on here with y'all. Oh, gosh. If y'all message me, I'll text it to you because I can't look it up while I'm on here. It's Mel's Mystic something. the longer you stay sober on MAT, that's what happens. You start going down. That's good. I did the same thing. Oh, Jin, what is he addicted to, honey? What's he on? And where do y'all live? Kentucky? Yogurt and strawberries, baby. You want to know how I got off cigarettes? My doctor prescribed me Wellbutrin, and I didn't even know it was going to help me get off of it. What drugs is he using? And then I stopped buying them. Greek yogurt, my favorite. Groovy. I was addicted by the time I was 17 years old, so I understand. But when I was 17, I didn't see any problem with it. I didn't think I had a problem. Hey, Ashley, what's up, girl? This is my favorite snack, y'all. It really is. I love it. The girl that needed help with her boyfriend. Is your boyfriend on heroin or meth? Hey, Pinky, what's up, girl? I'm doing good. Pinky, I stitched your 1 year sober birthday video. Did you even see it? What's up, Coco? Okay. If he's on opiates, he can get on MAT if he wants to. If not, y'all got suck-ass rehabs there in Kentucky. Like, it's hard to find help there, because this other lady, the veteran wife, she was trying to find her daughter treatment in Kentucky, and it was damn near impossible. Oh, it's okay, girl. I just wanted you to see it, because I was proud of you. So, this is how you help your boyfriend, okay? You sit down, and you say, boyfriend, do you want to get sober? And if boyfriend says, yes, I want to get sober, okay? You say, okay, baby, and you guys start looking for help, okay? He can get into treatment. He can go to meetings. He can do IOP treatment, therapy. There's all kinds of different resources. I have, Mama Kay. I have. And while I think that's great that people are helping themselves, each other out, I think it's important to be very careful. I wouldn't put out a recipe and just give it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, because some people can't take medication responsibly, and they will overtake that shit and end up hurting themselves. That's why I was upset, excuse me, when I seen that video about loperamide. Loperamide is Imodium 80. And I understand that if you take it responsibly and don't overdose, don't take more than 10 milligrams or however, a couple of pills, you'll be fine, and it'll help with your opiate withdrawal. But what addicts hear is they hear, oh, loperamide works on the same receptors as opiates do. Here, let me take 40 of these pills. And that can kill you. I follow a lady here on TikTok who is a nurse. And she was the first case of loperamide overdose. She was taking like 90 to 100 of the pills, and it almost killed her. So, what did you take, Skunked? Oh yeah, loperamide. Are you talking about Imodium 80? Yeah, it works, but people overdose on it and overtake it, and it can kill you. And me being the person I am, I want to advocate for recovery, but I want to advocate safely. It's my responsibility to give you guys good, safe information. Cashews. Oh, Chantix. Yes. It's my responsibility to share with you guys the dangers. And so, when I see somebody telling people to take loperamide, I get my red flags go up because I know people who have died from it. That nurse Kate, she died 28 times. Oh. So, I think there's not enough time to put all the information into these 60-second videos. Groovy. I shot dope in my neck, baby. Did I struggle with substance abuse? Yes. My addiction got so bad that when I didn't have opiates, and if I didn't have money, I would go to my drug dealer's house and beg him to give me opiates. And if he didn't, I would do something strange for a little bit of change. So yes, I have been down to the very bottom when it comes to addiction. I have almost killed myself because of addiction. I have drove my car into a brick wall because of my addiction. I have hallucinated that my husband was cheating on me because of addiction. I went into a 7-day coma because of addiction. Okay? I had staph infection on my leg and almost lost my leg because of addiction. You want to hear that story? I'll tell y'all. So, before I met my husband, I had been on a good run. I was shooting up meth and oxys. And when I shoot up for so long, my veins start dropping. And I can't find them anymore. And that's what was happening. I was extremely dehydrated. And so I started trying to go in my legs. Hey, Jim. Going in your legs is hard, shooting up, because it's hard to find a vein. Because you have a lot of fat on your legs. Okay? And so it's like the veins aren't up on the surface like they are here and on your hands. And so I was trying to go in my thigh. Anyways, I shot up and I missed. And when I tell y'all, it burned so bad. And it left me a big ass knot on my inner thigh. That big. A couple days went by and it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay? As the swelling got worse, I noticed that there was this red line going from the staph infection up my leg. And it was going up my leg, up my torso, going to my heart. So after I couldn't walk because the lump was this big on my inner thigh, every time I walked, I had to walk with my legs wide open. I went to the hospital. And when I got to the hospital, they told me I had MRSA and that it was traveling up my heart to go to my heart. And that I was going to go septic. And so they slashed it open, squeezed the stuff out of it, and then packed it with fucking gauze. And it took like 2 weeks to heal up. But it was bad. My blood was about to go septic. I could have died from it. And that, my friends, is how desperate I was on drugs. I would shoot up wherever I could shoot up. Now let me tell you another story. Sorry, these cashews are so good. Let me tell you all about the coma. Oh, I got 2 scars on my legs from shooting up. Now, in 2011, right before I met my husband, I was working at Kroger in the fruit part, produce part. And so every day I would go into work at 6 a.m. and I would get off by 2. I still had my car, and my drug dealer would come up to my job, because I would call him and be like, yo, bring me some pills. And I had my money and he'd bring me the pills. It was a Saturday and I was off that weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So I went over to my friend Tara's house and we stayed up all night long smoking crack. All night. Well, the next morning, I was like, fuck this, man. I'm going to go over to my friend Gerald's house. And so I drove over to Gerald's and we were shooting Roxy's and shooting meth. And when I tell you guys, it was like a fucking shot out house. You walk in the trailer, you go right down the hallway to the man cave, which is the room at the end of the hallway. And you walk in there, there's a sectional couch, a TV on the wall, and then like an entertainment center. And there are just glasses of water, bottles of water, caps, and syringes everywhere. Everywhere. And so anybody would come in there, people would just find a syringe on the entertainment center and use it and shoot up. And so I was sitting back there, high as hell on meth, watching TV. Okay? Probably about 2 days after being there, I started to hallucinate really, really badly from lack of sleep. Okay? I started to see, so embarrassing. Cy from Duck Dynasty was coming out of the vents. Oxycodone, 30 milligram pills. I would bust them down and shoot them up. So basically synthetic heroin. No, I never thought about it at all. When I started shooting up, asked my friend to help me. She taught me how to do it, and I was off to the races. I wanted to get that high. I wanted to get that feeling as fast as I could. And shooting up was the direct way to get it. Once I figured that out, there was no stopping me. Once I figured out and I did it and I felt the feeling it gave me, I never wanted to stop. I was completely in love. That's why I tell you guys, if you ever do it, you'll never stop. You will die shooting up unless you get help like I did. Okay? Intravenous drug use, 100% bioavailability. Goes straight to your bloodstream. Okay? So, after I had started injecting, I lost all of my fucking self-control. I lost my self-esteem. I lost all respect for myself. And I went down fast, okay? So, I'm in the back room and I'm shooting up. I've been staying up. I haven't slept at all in like 2 or 3 days. And I'm looking up at the vent. And when I tell you guys, I was talking to Cy. Cy from Duck Dynasty with a little beard was popping his head out of the vent, and I was having a full-on conversation with him. So I come out of the bedroom and I go over to Gerald and I'm like, ma'am, I'm tripping. Do you see this? Do you see that? He's getting really annoyed at me. He's like, girl, nobody's there. What are you tripping on? So I asked him, can you help me out? Can you give me something to help me sleep? Do you have a Xanax or something? And he's like, no, but I have a Seroquel. And so he gave me one. When he gave me that Seroquel, you guys, it made me hallucinate even more. I got on the phone and I started calling my friend Joe, telling him to come get me. I was scared. This, that, and the third. He came to get me, but he couldn't find me. because I was hiding somewhere. Okay? I go to try and lay down with my friends in their bed, and I laid down and I got in the middle of Barry and his boyfriend, and I laid there for probably 15 minutes trying to close my eyes. And during that 15 minutes, I started hallucinating about my job. I was like, oh my God, I'm supposed to be at work. And so I got up. And I walked out the front door. Thank God I didn't get in my car. I walked out my front door, you guys, and I just took off walking down the street. I'm seeing my boss. I'm seeing the employees I work with from Kroger. I'm seeing everybody in this hallucination. And I look off in the distance. Is this a trailer right across the street? But on this trailer, all I seen was these huge weed plants and then weed brownies covering this lady's porch. So I freaked out. And I was like, oh my God, I have to clean that lady's porch or she's going to get in trouble by the police. So I ran over there, jumped on her porch, and started flailing around trying to sweep her porch to get all these brownies off. Well, while I was doing that, the little lady poked her head out the window. It was 3 a.m. and saw me and called 911. She called 911 and the police came. The police come driving up. I'm standing on the porch and I swear to God, he draws his gun and says, get on the ground. So I'm over here going, hup, 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 bobbing and weaving, right? He says, ma'am, settle down. And he gets me to settle down and to come over to him. And he grabs my phone and he calls my mom. And my mom says, my daughter is a methamphetamine addict. She's also addicted to opiates and Xanax. She needs help. Please take her to the emergency room. Okay? So he calls the ambulance. And the ambulance comes and gets me. When they came and got me, I was so afraid. I thought that the ambulance driver was trying to shoot me up with cocaine. And the reason why I remember this is because all these hallucinations were so fucking real to me. And this was one of the most traumatic experiences I ever had in my active addiction. Ever. I will never forget it. I will always tell this story because I will never forget the hallucinations. They were so vivid and so real. So I'm screaming in this ambulance. I am being combative because I'm scared that he's going to shoot me up with the cocaine. Somehow, some way, they got me in the hospital safe. Okay? They immediately put me in my own room. I'm inside this room. It's super white. And I am hallucinating to the max. To the max. Okay? The doctor comes in. The nurses come in. They take my blood pressure, all that stuff. And they're like, ma'am, what did you do? So I tell them, I shot meth. I shot Roxy's. I ate some Seroquel and I had some Xanaxes. I told them everything. And they look at me and they say, are you sure you didn't take bath salts? And I'm like, hell no, I didn't take no bath salts. You know what I mean? But I'm in and out of this hallucination. So the doctor's like, okay, try to lay down and rest. We're going to get you some medicine. And so they give me a shot of Thorazine and a shot of Haldol. So I'm laying there. I'm still wide awake after the shots. And they shut the door. And I'm looking at the door. And all I can see is Miss Frida and Miss Marva from Kroger blowing crack smoke underneath the crack of the door. And I get up out of my bed and I go over there to get this crack smoke from underneath the crack of the door. When I stand back up, I look around and the walls of the emergency room that I was in were covered in frogs. Y'all know those little frogs that are like orange and red and yellow with the little black dots? They're all over the walls. And so I'm on the walls like this, licking the walls, because for some reason I heard a story back in the day that those frogs, what the stuff that's on their back makes people trip like acid. So I'm on the walls licking the walls, and the doctors and the nurses come in, and they had to put me on the bed and chain me to it, whatever it's called, bound me to the bed. And then they gave me another shot of Thorazine and Haldol. Do y'all understand what Thorazine and Haldol are? Okay? Like, the first shots should have dropped me, but I was so high, so skitzed out, didn't even touch me. Well then, after that second round, you want to know what happened next? After that second round, my liver, my kidneys, my internal organs started to shut down, and I went into a coma. They called my mom and dad right away, and they said, your daughter's in a coma. We don't know if she's going to make it. We don't know if she's going to come out of this. You need to get here now. And so it's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning by now, and my parents rush from Hot Springs, Arkansas to Little Rock, which is about a 45-minute drive. I'm not conscious. I'm in a coma. My dad walks in. This is what my mom told me. And she said my dad fell to the ground. She said she has never seen him cry except for when our dog died and when my sister had to go into the mental institution when she was younger. And he was just, he said he lost it. He couldn't handle it. He could not see me laying there. I was dead. I was in a coma and I was dead. My mom said they didn't even bother to wipe you down or brush your hair or anything. So of course my mom comes in and goes into mom mode and starts brushing my hair, cleaning me, wiping me down. She said I had blood and scabs and bruises all over my arms and my chest and my legs from shooting up. And my mom stayed there. She stood there and she stayed with me for 7 days. And then all of a sudden, I woke up. I woke up. I'll never forget it. I was laying in the bed. My mom was right there. My dad had gone to work. And my mom said, hey, honey, do you know how long you've been here? And I was like, no. And she says, you've been in a coma for 7 days. And when she said that, all I could think about was how I needed to get the fuck out of there so I could go get high. I needed to get drugs in my system because I felt like shit. I woke up, I was in my right mind, and I didn't want to be in my right mind because I was miserable sober. I hated my life, okay? I hated my life. I was depressed. I felt like a failure. I was 31 years old or 30 years old at the time. And 30 years old. I was 30 years old. I had no husband. I had no kids. I didn't have a job. Or I had a job, but I had nothing. I felt like I was nobody. Like I was nothing. And I wanted to die. I wanted to die. And when you wake up after an extreme fucking event like that, and all you can think about is getting high, you know you got a problem then. And that's exactly what I think about now. When I think about that now, I realize how fucking sick I was. I realized how damn sick I was and how bad I needed help. I needed help right away. Well, of course, my mom and dad, wanted me to go into treatment right away, and I refused. Hell no, I ain't going to treatment. I'm fine. I don't need treatment. I'll be fine. I'll get back on track. I still have my job. I don't want to lose my job, right? That's all I wanted to worry about was losing my job. Who gives a fuck about that job, right? Well, when you're a drug addict, you make things matter that don't matter. What mattered was my life. That job could have came and gone and it wouldn't have mattered a fucking bit. But to me, I needed to have that job. To me, I needed to get that job and I didn't need to lose it because it was so important. Well, I went back to work, and of course, I was back to using drugs, back to taking Xanaxes, back to shooting opiates and shooting meth. And so it wasn't much longer where one day I came into work, and I was super high on meth to the point where I was hallucinating, and I was making chicken. See, I was working in the deli, and I was frying chicken. At that day, I had a call-in order for about 100-piece chicken nuggets, or chicken, 8-piece chicken nugget with you get 2 breasts, 2 wings, 2 thighs, 2 legs, and they wanted 108 pieces. And so I am, frying all this chicken, getting it ready for this big order. And I guess I was hallucinating really bad and talking to myself and talking to people that weren't there. And so one of my friends came over, Mr. Bobby, and he's like, hey, Nicole, like, you need to leave. I'll take over. You go home, get some rest, but something's got to give. You got to get out of here, right? Well, I guess word had got up to the big manager, and they called me and told me that, I needed to take time off to go to rehab. And they told me, they said, we'll help you. We'll give you FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act. You can go to rehab and get help. We know you're a good worker. We care about you. We don't want you to die. And so I called my mom and dad, and I was like, man, listen, I got caught. Like, they want me to go to treatment. And so I'm going to have to go to treatment for 30 days, which honestly, you guys, like, I wanted to get better. I knew I needed help. So I called around, and I found a place here in Little Rock that would take me. And so I went to my parents' house, talked to them, packed all my belongings for treatment, and took like 12 Xanax bars and got in my car and drove to the treatment center, which is like 30 minutes away. I get to the treatment center, they're waiting on me, they know I'm coming, and I am blitzed out of my gourd on Xanax. I am higher than I'm higher than Cooter Brown, okay? I'm higher than a giraffe's pussy, okay? I'm higher than an eagle's nest on top of the mountain. So I come up in there, I'm like, hey, what's up, hey? And they're like, here's your room, go unpack your stuff, blah, 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 right? So I go unpack my stuff, and it's time to like eat dinner and stuff, and all the clients were outside smoking cigarettes. So my hot ass goes out to smoke cigarettes, and I just lay on the asphalt in my shorts and a tank top, catching a tan. Well, apparently I fell asleep out there high off my ass. Next thing I know, one of the workers comes out there. I have been out there for like 30-45 minutes asleep on the asphalt in the sun. And they're like, girl, you need to wake up, honey. You done missed dinner. But we put you a plate to the side. Get your hot ass in here, eat yourself something, take a shower, and go to sleep. And I hope you're able to fucking be in group tomorrow, because you are high as hell right now. We need you to be able to do these groups. And I was mortified, but I was still high. So I went in and ate my food, and I went to bed, took a shower, went to bed. And the next morning when I woke up, y'all, I was so remorseful. I was like, I'm so sorry. The only way I was going to make it up here is high, because I was so upset with myself and so depressed about the stupid ass shit that I've been doing. You know what I mean? And so they forgave me, and they was the best treatment center, they were good to me. No, they didn't do any kind of medical detox, you guys. I'm telling you guys, I have been to treatment centers before where I didn't get no detox. So I was cold turkey off of everything, okay? And I've done that several times. Oh yeah, I have pictures here on my TikTok of me in active addiction. No, they did not give me any meds. So for the next 2 weeks of my treatment, I barely slept, y'all. I barely slept. I was up and down all night. It was hard. It was a hard transition, but I made it through it. I made it through it, y'all. After I got out of treatment, I knew I needed more help than just going to treatment. So when I got out of treatment, I went into their sober living facility, and I did so good. I listened to everything they said. I stayed sober for like 6 months. I was working the program. I was going to meetings, everything. And then I relapsed. And I've done that several times, just like that. Gone into treatment, done super good, and then relapsed. It wasn't until this last time when my son got taken from me that I was able to get sober and stay sober, you guys. It was hard. It was hard. I'm proud of you guys too. But I'm telling you guys, I don't look the same in my active addiction. When I was in my active addiction, I was very thin, very thin. And you could see it in my eyes, because I don't know if y'all have noticed, but my eyes right here, I have darkness. But when I'm in my active addiction, it's super duper, it's lower. It's lower. And I'm very, very thin. Very thin. Yes, my son saved my life. And I tell my little boy that every single day. I tell him how he saved my life, and he's the reason why I'm alive and I'm sober today. Honestly, I don't know if I would even be alive if my son hadn't been born, because I hated myself, okay? I need y'all to understand that. I hated myself. I never gave myself a chance to love myself or learn to heal. And I started using drugs to escape. You know what I mean? My husband is sneaking it. I don't really what to do anymore. I feel stuck. Reagan, you need to talk to him and ask him why what he's doing and why he's being dishonest, and if he wants help, okay? Why did I hate myself? Okay. So when I was a little girl, you guys, hey Tater, when I was a little girl, I was always very insecure, okay? I've always struggled with my weight since a young age. And that gave me a lot of, it gave me really low self-esteem and low self-worth. My parents, they were amazing. My mom and dad are still married to this day, and they raised me right. But for some reason, I just never felt good. I always felt like I was less than. I didn't have any kind of confidence. And that, yes, I've been to expensive rehabs and I've been to cheap rehabs. I've had rehabs covered by insurance, and then I have also went to rehabs that were state funded. But yes, rehab is expensive. Yes, so I was bullied from a young age because I was Mexican. I was one of the only people in my school that was not white, so I was made fun of for that. They used to call me wetback. They used to call me taco and burrito. They used to call me spick, all kinds of stuff like that. Then, when I got older and I lost weight, I was at a party. I was at a party with a bunch of girls and guys, and there was this guy named Joel. Joel and me, he liked me, I liked him, and so we went into the woods at this party, and we were making out. Well, while we were making out, he stuck his hands down my pants and fingered me, okay? After that was done, I mean, it was like a short, probably five minute thing, you know what I mean? It wasn't I was probably 17, and so I was nervous and scared, and it was one of my first interactions, my first sexual interaction with a boy, because I hadn't started dating Robert yet, my first boyfriend that I had sex with. And so he did that, and it was one and done, and so I left. And that night at the party, one of the girls, because all the girls stayed the night, one of the girls had gotten mad because she had a crush on Joel. So guess what she did? She told her friend Vanessa, who was a dyke, a bull dyke, a straight up stud. Okay, and Vanessa came up to me and punched me and pushed me in the middle of this spend the night party with all these girls. So I went and laid on the couch and cried myself to sleep, and the next morning I left as soon as I could. Well, the next Monday at school, I walked into school not thinking anything about it, and there was all these fucking signs on my locker that said, Nicole DeMeo smells like rotten apples. I walked over there, I pulled the fucking shit off my locker, and I was so upset. And then here comes these three bitches, Jasmina, Jenny, and another girl. And they're pushing up on me and pushing up on me. And my sister Michelle and my other sister Christine, we were all in this close in age. So my sister Michelle comes over there and she's like, fucking get the fuck up off my sister, bitch. You know, and my sister was straight up will fucking knock a bitch out without even thinking about it. It takes a lot of a lot for me to retaliate physically against people, but my sister's got a short fuse, so she'll knock a bitch's block off real fast and don't give a fuck if she gets suspended from school. I actually was in like extracurriculars like cheerleading and shit like that, so I was like worried I'd get in trouble. Well, so Michelle comes over there and she sticks up for me and tells the bitches to leave me the fuck alone. And they run off or whatever. But everybody is laughing and giggling. And you can hear people in the hallways when I walk by calling me sour apples. Hey, sour apples. Hey, sour apples. Hey, rotten apples. I mean, the whole school. The whole school. My whole 10th and 11th grade year, or my whole 10th grade year, people called me rotten apples. Okay? Now, let me tell you why they called me rotten apples. That night, or the night before I went to the stay the night party, I was on the phone three-way with Joel and Matt. And I was telling them about the new shampoo and conditioner lotion that I had gotten to Bath and Body Works, the country apple smelling kind. And so whenever he fingered me, he went back to all his friends and said, Nicole smells like country apples. Come on. And so then the girl who had a crush on him decided to change it to, Nicole smells like rotten apples. And that was literally my nickname for like 2 years in high school. Mortifying. Okay. Well, after that happened, like I said, I lost a bunch of weight whenever I lost a bunch of weight my 8th and 9th grade year. And like I said, I was pretty popular besides that damn situation that happened there. And the next year, my junior and my senior year, I'll never forget it. The girl, Jenny, her name was Jenny Wise. I started calling her Jenny Wide. And she was big as a brick shit house, fat, right? I would never make fun of a big girl because I'm chunky, right? And I was chunky all my life. But because she started that rumor, I made sure to make sure everybody called her Jenny Wide. Well, then my junior year when we went to graduate, guess who they nominated most likely to something, so I don't know what they did, but most likely to blah, blah, blah. Me and Joel. Both of us together were this Mr. and Mrs. Miss Likely to whatever. I can't remember what it was. But it just all came full circle once I graduated. You know what I mean? I never even liked that Joel dude. Like, it was a quick interaction. I was just a kid. He touched me. I kissed him, and it was over and done with. But because of that girl's jealousy, she made that whole thing about me. And it really fucking carried me, and it affected me all my school year. Well, by the time I was in junior high and I was calling her Jenny Wide, I was smoking, I was drinking, and I was using methamphetamine. So honestly, like, I was living my best life and getting fucked up and not giving a fuck about what anybody at high school thought about me. I quickly started hanging out with people that didn't go to my school, people that went to other schools. I started dating, my boyfriend Robert, he went to Hot Springs High, and I started hanging out with older people, and that kind of just pushed me into that whole world of like not hanging out with people that from school. But yeah, that was how. Yes, you never know how hard. I will never forget that. But I was also a kid, and they were making fun of my vagina and saying that I stunk, which was the most horrendous, mean thing you can ever say, especially because I was a virgin. I had never even had sex before. You know what I mean? And so I was devastated. I was embarrassed. I was fucking broken, dude. Broken. But I made it through it, and it was all good. I made it through it, but that really affected me. So yeah, I was bullied a little bit in school. I rose above it, I was 17 when I started using drugs. And by the time I graduated high school, I was using methamphetamine on a daily basis. By the time I was 18 years old, which was the year 2000, I was using methamphetamine daily. So a lot of the reasons why I used methamphetamine was because it made me skinny. What did it start with? It started with alcohol and marijuana. No, let me take that back. It started with stimulants because before I ever drank or used a drug, I was prescribed phentermine, which was a medication to help me lose weight, and that is legal speed. See, I had an eating disorder because people made fun of me for being chunky, so I started starving myself. Now that I'm in recovery, I have the opposite kind of eating disorder, and I have binge eating disorder. So I went from being totally anorexic to being bulimic to being a binge eater. But that's why, you guys, like, when people like start shit with me here on TikTok, like, I try so hard to be kind to people. Hey, Tara. I try so hard to be kind to people. I try so hard to like lift other people up, and I don't, like, that's why I don't call people names. That's why I don't be mean to people, because I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to have people in the recovery community making videos about you, and you don't even know it because they block you, so you can't defend yourself. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Like, that's one thing that I cannot stand. I'm not a subliminal video maker. If I'm talking shit about you, I'm gonna tag your ass in the video. Okay, like, I'm not going to make videos about people in the recovery community because I don't agree with what their recovery program, or because I take something that they said out of context. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do that shit. And so that's one thing that I cannot stand about TikTok, is that bitches be fucking making videos about me but blocking me so I can't stand up for myself. It's like, anybody who sits here in our live streams and hears what I talk about, they know that I support all pathways to recovery. What I'm about is educating. I'm about educating people on all the risks of different things. The risks of Suboxone, the risks of methadone, the risks of kratom, the risks of Sublocade, all the different risks, okay? No, unfortunately enough for me, no, they're not bigger. They're not bigger than I am. So, but it still fucking sucks, because my people, you guys send me their videos, and you guys are like, "Hey, Nicole, so and so made a video about you today," and you're like, "I'm like, why? I thought we were cool. I was sending that person people over there to their channel," and that's the thing. That's what I do. I go out of my way to, like, send people to my friends' TikToks and people that I really enjoy. I give people opportunities to come on my platform and share their story, because I want to help them grow their platform. I want to help them get their story out there. But you don't see nobody in the recovery community doing a damn thing to help me out. No, people just be spitting on me and fucking shit. It's bullshit. Like, half these people that are in the recovery community on TikTok, they talk like they support, but they don't. They're just whatever. I support the recovery community. I am making jobs for people in the recovery community. I have opportunities for people in the recovery community. I let other people come and use my platform to share their story. I am a girl's girl. I am all about helping others. You know, but I'm telling you guys, people on here, they're not about helping others. What they're about self-gratification. They're about getting their selves out there and getting the recognition, and they're not about helping anybody else. They're selfish. They don't care about nothing else but themselves. Sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. It just pisses me off. And you can see who those people are because they don't do shit. Okay, when you care about the recovery community, you're going to go out of your way to make opportunities for people in the recovery community. And I'm so fortunate because I have an amazing job, and I'm able to find opportunities for people in recovery to help them better their lives and make money and to better themselves. You know what I mean? Oh, well, don't worry about it, Mackenzie. That's okay. You're here with us. That's all that matters. You're here with us, okay? I am actually here because I want other people to do well. I want to help other people in the recovery community. But I hope you guys see that. Okay? I hope people see that. I hope you guys see that, like, I go out of my way to support all people and give everyone a chance to share their story over here. And I hope you guys see that most people are just about themselves. you know, and it's really, really unfortunate. It really sucks because I want, you know what I would love to see? I would love to see other people who are actually trying to like help other people in the recovery community and not just be promoting themselves all the time. You know, in fact, I'm starting a new thing here on my TikTok. What I'm going to be doing is once a week, I'm going to be picking a creator with less of a following than me. And I'm going to be sharing their content on my TikTok account and on my YouTube and on my Instagram to share their content on my account to help their account grow. And so I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it's going to be like weekly people that I recognize for their recovery and because I'm proud of them. And so I'll let you guys know. Y'all will know about it because I'll start sharing their videos. But I have one person in mind that I'm gonna do them first, and I've been thinking about how I could help them with their account for a while now because I just love them so much and I want them to do well. And so I'm gonna start trying to help them out. But I thought that that would be a good thing to help help other people. Because here's the thing, TikTok isn't always fair. Like, you can make content that's amazing and they won't circulate it. They only circulate shit that's drama or people that are nodding off on drugs or, you know, yes, exactly. And you know what? I know I'm complaining right now and I'm a little upset about it, but it always ends up coming out. It always ends up benefiting me because I stick to what I'm supposed to do, which is I try to help people. My whole mission is trying to help people. Another thing is my core, the reason why I started TikTok, the reason why I started YouTube was to help destigmatize medically assisted treatment and to give people a platform who are on Suboxone, who are on methadone, where they can feel safe and where they can feel accepted in their recovery. So I'm getting back to my core, which is that. Bam! Bam, bam! So anyways, I'm just tired of people like, if you think I have a problem with you, message me, because I probably don't. If you think that I'm saying something and you misconstrued what I said in my video, message me, because 9 times out of 10, it's just you thinking that. I have no issue with you. You know what I mean? Like all these things with what's her face who made the video about kratom, the thing with Miss D's could have totally been could have totally not happened if she would have just messaged me, because I totally support her in kratom. I support her journey in recovery. But no, she took what I said out of context, and that's what I'm about. If I have a problem with somebody, I will message them and ask them, hey, is there a problem? Do we have a problem with each other? Like, are you upset about something? Because I'm normally not. I normally don't have a problem with anybody. The only time I ever have a problem with somebody is when somebody's directly trying to attack me. Somebody's directly making videos about me. Somebody's directly lying on me. You know what I mean? That's the only time. Other than that, I'm minding my business. Other than that, I'm doing my recovery. I don't give a fuck about what you're doing. You know, I'm doing mine. And so, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to get off here, y'all. We've been on here for hours. Did you guys have fun with me tonight? Did everybody enjoy hanging out with me tonight? I hope you guys did, because I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Tomorrow is Sunday, okay? Thank you, Michelle, for the roses. Tomorrow is Sunday, you guys. I'm going to be making content tomorrow, and then I'll come on tomorrow night around 7:30 like I did tonight, and we'll just chat. We'll just talk. You know what I mean? Then Monday, we start having guests on, okay? Monday, we got, Chrissy. Monday, Chrissy is coming on. I'm really, really excited. Chrissy is a recovering fentanyl addict. I had her dad on. Mom, he shared his story. Yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, you can.
Have I ever lost in a 1v1 in a solo in a Fortnite?
I don't think so.
Okay, then I'm gonna get smacked.
we'll have people coming on all week next week. So tomorrow we'll chill out, and then Monday we start our guests. If you guys aren't already following my YouTube channel, please go follow me on YouTube. It's Real Talk Recovery, and you can click the link in my bio and join our Facebook group. Okay? All right. Love you guys.